live. I'll put it on there just to see. Oh, come on. Are we on live? Are we live? I can't find it.
No, not for me. Oh, yeah, now we are.
Yes, we are. Okay, let's get this. And we want Buster. My PC's going slow. Any requests? Buster opening.
Something from Buster.
They all are.
Exactly. Anyone you
I
pick
tell you
will
what,
be
we
fine.
haven't had one chance for a while. I like that one.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Where's me thing? Oh, there you go. Get that on. We are live, and it is Monday. Model Affliction Monday. Hello, I'm Bev, and I'm possibly the least model afflicted person you'll ever meet. Everybody has a little bit of model affliction. Some of it can be fucking dangerous. Be careful. Be careful. If you've got a model and you rely on it a lot, don't bring it round here. Just lock it up in a box, like in a corner of your mind somewhere where it's safe. Don't let it get affected round here. But if you want to come round, tonight is the night. Come and tell us about your model. We'll try not to threaten it. But obviously, if you've got a model, certain questions definitely can threaten it. So don't be surprised. We don't want to threaten anybody's models. It'd be best if you just bring your model round to brag, show it off. Be proud of it. And particularly, I put the Globe Model Dictates with Bob on earlier before it, because that's definitely a model affliction. Shorter than a straight line distance by 100 miles. Just take a moment to think about that. Shorter than a straight line distance. How's that possible? What's he even talking about? How
Could be
do
a
you...
wormhole.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Some sort of wormhole technology that Bob's got in his car.
Don't laugh. Somebody brought that up to me.
Yeah.
Just a couple of weeks ago. I forget who it was.
No, I was being like funny. No,
Yeah.
someone brought that up seriously.
Yeah.
I swear, Emma. Yeah.
How else do you explain it? Shorter than a straight line distance.
I could make up loads of fantastical things if I wanted to, but none of them will be true.
Yeah. Yeah. It's got... The only place you can get to that sort of a thing is that there's a model that's led you there. And it's madness for you to take a model to the point where you end up saying that it's shorter than a straight line distance. I don't know.
Do you remember the guy that said the straight line in the 7th dimension and started curving in the 8th?
Yeah. Yeah. Could a straight line be shorter in a different dimension than the actual distance that it is? I'm not too sure.
Hell yeah, in their imagination, yeah. I'm sure Rumpus will pass by and tell us how that could be possible.
I'm not too sure he would be accepted. Rumpus has got a model, and he doesn't want to come here to talk about his model. None of them do. They want to come here and strawman somebody else's model and then compare the two. Strange. You should be proud of your model. Because I think at the minute, I suppose, could you have a model of a triangle? Because that's a pretty big point. 3 straight lines. Because we've had a visit today from Betty about the fifth postulate, as he calls it. We call it the triangle axiom. I'm going to keep calling it the triangle axiom from now on. To tell me off if I call it that other name other than the triangle axiom. It's about 3 straight lines, and Beddy, I think we went over it on Thursday. I think I went straight over it on Thursday. I tried to explain it as easy as possible, and maybe I'll have another go over with the logic and get on the whiteboard. I should get some more equipment tomorrow, should make it easier. But the problem, I mean, I don't think there is a problem. It's just 3 straight lines. But there's a model derives the complications that just aren't there. There's no complications in any of this stuff until the model comes in, and a lot of people don't understand the implications that the model puts forward. And I think there's a few people that are controlling quite a lot of the argument at the minute, because there's a lot of other people that don't really understand what the argument is. And there isn't really an argument about triangles, as far as I know. In reality, there is only triangles that everybody knows. Oh. Turn that live off. So we offer anybody up to come and have a chat like we do on Model Affliction Mondays. But I said this last week, I think these Model Affliction ones are going to get less and less and turn into a discussion about maybe how the model has affected people. I mean, I couldn't say the model has it affected me? I guess it has, because of the way people presume what I'm talking about. When I'm just talking about reality, a lot of people then choose to tell me about their model and how their model differs with what I know to be reality to be. A lot of people know reality to be like that. It's a very strange situation. So, I mean, like, yeah, I do get affected by it in more ways than most, really. Somebody somewhere has pointed at me and give me a label, and wrongly. But ever since then, there has been a lot of people who keep pointing fingers at me and saying whatever they want to say. And it's none of it's really true. It's just very simple stuff that we do here. Very simple logic and very simple geometry. And just recently, like, last week, we went over the triangle axiom about 3 straight lines, and that's obviously caused a bit of a stir, because there's a lot of people, very high grade intellectualists, that have a theory about that particular statement about 3 straight lines. Now, there's a lot of people that go with the statements on all of this stuff. Like we had Beddy today, he told us that this is I think he was trying to say it's out of our realm of understanding about lines and straight lines because there's people have wrote books and said things.
Yeah, 3 straight lines. Yeah. Let me see how hard that is to understand. Not very. Like, come on.
Yeah.
As the president would say, come on, man. 3 straight lines.
Yeah, I can get this stuff, then anyone can get it. This is really simple.
Yeah, I don't want to be dipping too much into the logic and the geometry. But mainly, I don't want to end up bashing models either. I don't know what people come and listen for and all that. But there is definitely an attack coming from the model Afflicted. And we are literally just talking about geometry, logic, and reality. That's all we talk about. And there is a group of people who don't like us talking about that, which I find strange, but it's no different. I've always been dealing with it. But I think it's beginning to affect people that come looking for similar stuff. There's a definite concerted effort of people to, I don't know, like, call it naysay. Just, nuh-uh. It's the biggest case of nuh-uh that I've ever seen, really. There doesn't seem to be a counter-argument yet for horizontals being parallel, triangles having 180 degrees, and level being a straight line on a horizontal plane.
That's where it all starts.
There's never been an argument against it. Horizontals, all horizontal planes being parallel. Obviously true.
David Wasinski?
He's a like an opposite bot. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only way that they can deal with it now is to go completely opposite. And then imagine that's funny.
Because it seems like all the arguments are aggregated now towards this argument, don't you think? It's like the pinnacle argument of all the other arguments concerning reality, say. Because I remember before a lot of blues stuff, he was talking about different subjects, and it seems like it's all kind of going to this for some reason.
Geometry is the end point, really, because it is derived from reality, and that's what you're after. I mean, the people that we talk to, the ones that are obsessed, they're the ones that have a model with a shape, and the study of shape, line, form is geometry. It always amazed me why nobody ever went to that to work out what you're doing, right? Maybe it's because I've had a bit of experience in surveying that you can directly relate it to the land. I mean, of course you can.
It has to be, directly related to it, or else they can't get around it, you know? They can't get around their model not working out, really. It's funny, though, how they just calculate, and they try to measure, but they're not able to really, well, they're not able to measure anything past a certain point, really. I bet they could try. They could try to go long range, distancing with their ways, their tools, I guess you can say, their auto levels, and
It's
whatever they're
geometry
using.
and maths. Geometry and maths, right? When they said 8 inches per mile squared, they're stuck. They have a number. You can't get around that. Can you measure 8-inch drop over a mile? Yeah, of course you can. Definitely. If it's there, but it's not. Because you use the horizontal to measure the elevation change. So, I mean...
Yeah, in reality,
what they're saying in reality is that the surveyors that would do that job, they just don't know. They wouldn't notice. And it's up to people in Discord and YouTube to tell you what it is.
And that's where it starts, the surveyors. That surveying profession, that's where it has to be controlled, doesn't it? I mean, it has to have them not say anything about what they're doing, have them agree to not talking about anything, disclosing stuff.
No, they just disassociate everything. Surveyors will be taught right at the beginning, first day, that there's don't worry about it. There's no
crazy.
need for you to take anything into account. Don't worry about it. And then
just calculate.
They'll not get told that there is a number. Right? The surveyors won't get told about the size of the Earth. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, they calculate it, so they need to go over long range.
No, they just won't have it. There is no R. It'll never come into anything at all, ever.
Remember, everyone's surveying locally.
Yeah, everyone's surveying locally on a plane. So why would they ever need to do any of that? It's only people in little areas like that we're in at the minute that ever bother with the number. And that the number's a fantasy number, but it's spouted out around here. All over the place, handed out in charts, calculated daily. It's a fantasy number. The level doesn't curve, and it definitely doesn't curve at a quadratic function.
Yeah, it's all assuming. They don't need that long range number. Even if they can derive anything long range, they won't be able to do that in their profession. But hell, I mean, I bet they could, though. I mean, if they really wanted to get like a laser or something, go past 30 miles or whatever. Hey, there it is. There's the drop. There's the curve. But do they ever do that? Will they ever do that? Can it be done? It can't be done, can it? So it's not in their practice, is it?
No.
So I mean, if it can be done, it would be done, I think, in that sense. Because I mean, look at all this types of buildings that they're, or just any project that they do. I mean, over a certain range, aqueducts, or a canal or something, that go far, long range. I mean.
Yeah.
It'd be easier, in a sense, just to do maybe 1 mile, 2 miles at a time. But I mean, why not just get a laser and just go over the whole distance and
Because you
kind of
can't
just
do
see
it
it.
with a laser, can you? I mean, it was done. You've got to forget that this all was done before lasers were even thought of. Like, all of this surveying was done way before total stations and before GPS, before lasers.
Yeah, well, canals and stuff, but I mean, just take a look at all the bridges like that they've been building the past, 10 years or so, 20 years, to go over 30 miles. I mean, they've got 100-mile long bridges completely, you can see basically, a lot of it, but in China, they have all these bridges and all these constructions that they have that are long range. And do they do that long range testing of using tools with that? No, I don't think so. I mean, like you're saying, it has to be short. It has to be calculated in short term ranges.
No, it's measured locally.
Long term, like as in like a mile or so, 2 miles. It is measured, but then they calculate that whatever it is in the end for that long range distance.
No, for triangulation, they can pinpoint the points and then move and adjust and get the angles from different places and triangulate to adjust the positions of those things. Right, that can be done over large distances because it's on the azimuthal that. But the elevation data has to be done locally from one datum somewhere, and it just fans out. That's the only way you can do it. You take it from one datum, and everything else is relative to that one datum, because all horizontal planes are parallel.
Using these fantasy numbers, I think. Right? They just get these numbers that they just make up.
No, the horizontal planes that are in reality, the elevation data, that's not fantasy, that's real.
But comparing those numbers to what they have, what they get it from.
They are the real numbers. That's what they are. And they're the real positions that they triangulate on the horizontal plane. And then they measure all of the elevations locally. There's no calculations to it at all, really. Everything's like measured locally. All the distances are measured locally. Or they're triangulated. But all the points in between will be checked, and as they're going, marked with elevation data.
I found some good illustrations of the first 5.
Yeah.
So people could get it in their heads. Well, I mean, it's simple, but somebody for the first time.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get me magnets and me strings or cords tomorrow and see whether that helps us out. Yeah, it's I forgot where it was.
Was it the first, the second, maybe the 5th?
That's supposed to be a hypotenuse.
Where?
The SE posted the A going over to the B side.
Yeah, less than 90.
That's the 5th postulate. Sorry, fifth axiom.
With 2 lines.
Triangle axiom. Number 5. What's
I
number
can't-
4? 4's about perpendicular, is it? Right angle.
The right angles being
Yeah.
equal, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that could have been just some model somebody posted that was trying to get around a hypotenuse or something. Oh, I see. Okay. Trying to redefine what a hypotenuse is.
It's very simple, this stuff. Very simple.
Well, Matt's, he couldn't really understand, some stuff. I mean, he didn't really know a lot of stuff at the beginning, and he didn't really want to learn. I mean, a lot of people just don't want to learn about any of this stuff. It seems like there's more to it than just curiosity. It seems like it triggers people to learn stuff that they think they don't know the first off, or just
I'll
get into
say
that
this. If you read the fifth axiom and you think that means parallel postulate, you got some explaining to do. So far, nobody that I've asked was able to give an explanation of how you can possibly think that, since it obviously describes a triangle.
Yeah, well, it indirectly kind of points to it, doesn't it? It doesn't state what a parallel is, though. You're right, yeah. But you're kind of left on your own to figure out what the parallel is, in a way.
No, you're not. There's no parallel. If nobody told you that there's a parallel there, how would you even think of it? It clearly describes a triangle.
Well, I think before, you're kind of left to maybe research what a parallel is actually, not looking at Euclid.
No, you have just read it though, because it's the last definition before you go into the axioms and postulates. The parallel thing, that's what confuses me. You have just defined parallel. So how can they say, like it's confusing? Because you've just defined it. Maybe if you hadn't defined parallel, then they might have a case, but it's defined in the definitions. You don't have to prove the definitions. It's so fucking strange. I do know, obviously, because it's model affliction, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're given a bunch of definitions to realize, to look at and kind of ponder over, but when you try to relate them all together, and a lot of stuff can get thrown at you, and things can go different ways in terms of deducting logic and trying to piece together the puzzle. When this is a lot of stuff to learn. How many books is there with Euclid and all of the stuff in it? It's a lot of lines being formed, in a sense.
We're collecting them. Anybody got any stories about this one? I don't know whether you've ever heard of this one. It says, among the axioms there have been only 2 alterations. The 10th axiom in Euclid is that 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space, which, having become corollary to our definition of a straight line, ceases, of course, to be ranked with self-evident propositions. It is therefore removed from among the axioms. And that was which before the
What?
11th are counted the 10th. Yeah, yeah, just... It's a, you know, straight line. You know. I mean, that's what Betty was saying a bit earlier. I mean, it's a bit vague, that, isn't it? Like, as to what? Like, well, we just get rid of it. And then it says the 12th axiom of Euclid is that if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make the two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet upon the side at which are the angles which are less than two right angles, right? Instead of this proposition, which, though true, is by no means self-evident, right? All the, like, I mean, what does that mean? Like, although it is true, it's not self-evident. Another that appeared more obvious and better entitled to be encountered as an axiom has been introduced, is that two straight lines which intersect one another cannot be both parallel to the same straight line.
Yeah.
On this subject, however, a fuller explanation is necessary. See the notes in 29th proposition. You know, like, so... It's... Two straight lines that intersect cannot both be parallel to the same straight line.
Yeah.
I mean, they're bringing parallels into it, aren't they?
So they're just injecting a parallel, yeah.
And they're taking out the fact that two right angles. Right?
Yeah.
The first
no
one...
mention of parallel anywhere.
The first one definitely states two right angles, right? The sum of which is less than the sum of two right angles. And all of the other ones seem to take that out.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, they define don't they define perpendicular as being 90?
Yeah.
And then they say that in the fifth postulate, or fifth axiom, that less than 90. So they're kind of indirectly saying that a 90 is actually straight, and anything below that, you know, won't be straight, and I guess, or parallel, basically. So I guess they aren't really, they're defining perpendicular, but are they defining parallel in the fifth? I guess, yeah, I guess they don't.
They
not at
define
all.
the parallel in the definitions.
Because when you start reading it, I think those are the things that you have to get a foundation of, the axioms first. Because if you don't understand the axioms,
definitions,
read it again and see where does it say parallel in it. Read the fifth.
The cannot be both parallel to the same. So it says parallel. I see once down here at the bottom. Do you want me to read the fifth axiom?
Yeah.
Where's it at? I kind of know what it says, but the 12th. Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane in which, being produced ever so far both ways, do not meet. That's 35.
Yeah, that's the definition.
Yeah. Definition 23 is above that, but yeah, just two straight lines meeting one straight line. If those interior angles are less than 90, they will eventually meet. That's all. That's basically the gist of it.
Exactly. Where does one in any imagination perceive parallel from that?
Less than 90. And then there's this abstract concept of 90 being perpendicular and having two lines not meeting as parallel, but it is left to your imagination, wasn't it?
No, it doesn't say 90, it says less than two right angles.
Yeah, it's less than two interior angles less than 90.
No, less than two right angles.
Yeah.
Right angles, yeah.
Well, yeah, right angle.
Less than 180, though. Less than two of them. Because what it means is, it means when they do meet, that other angle is the remainder of the two right angles, 180.
So 179 wouldn't be
They
anything.
would meet and there would be 1 degree at the other end, wouldn't there?
So they wouldn't be parallel. Yep.
Well,
Let
it's
me
not
read it.
about parallel,
I say-
it's about where the triangle's formed on which side of the line.
Yeah, it basically just described every triangle.
If a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make the two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than 2 right angles, these straight lines being continuously produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than 2 right angles.
Nothing about parallel.
Nothing whatsoever. It's indisputable. I mean, you just have to make it up.
Yeah, it's 2 spinning lines, isn't it? I'm just thinking about an animation for DP. Shouldn't be too hard. But it's pretty easy to, the idea is to take that out of the simplicity and put it in complicated. I mean, but how do you do that? Because I know what's going to happen. We've had Betty round here today trying to tell us that we're not clever enough to do this. For some reason, some of the greatest minds have struggled and pondered over working out which side of a fucking straight line a triangle's going to form. I mean, if there's anyone who's really, really, really intellectual that's willing to come and tell us what the problem is with telling which side of the line the triangle would pass, because I'm really struggling to work out what's going on and why people are having a problem with it. Like, the model affliction can't be that severe that they're I don't know. It's either a triangle or a not triangle.
There's no critical thought here.
There is none, no. It's all investment. They're invested in an argument, and they can't deter from that. And so they'll try whatever they can to keep it going.
But this is meant to be the most genius. I mean, you've heard of Gauss?
Gaussian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of the ones that had a go at this. One of the ones that struggled with it. Pondered with it. I'm not too sure.
Even the smartest physicists won't admit to this. That's apparently none
You
of them
can't
will.
have a conversation with... You will struggle to have a conversation with anybody about this. I would be hesitant to say this place right here is the only place you'll be able to talk about this sort of stuff. You'll not get a conversation out of anybody with a model about this, because they'll realise the implications of it as they get halfway through. Why are you talking about it?
Scary stuff, yep. They can't get into that type of mindset either. they cannot possibly think it's not a ball. So everything that they think overrides what is actually happening. And this is what we get, just a hodgepodge of nonsense.
If that doesn't describe a triangle, I don't know what does.
Yeah. Triangle axiom. It's just a triangle. It's just 3 straight lines. It can only be a triangle on the one side, triangle on the other side, or parallel lines. Either
it can't be because it says less than.
Yeah. I know, but I'm saying at one point where there would be it would be equal on both sides. I mean, that's allowed. That's within the axioms, right? Things that are equal. So the right angles all being equal. If you have a situation where all of the right angles would be equal, there will be 8 of them where those lines meet, right? Now, all of those lines would be equal, all of the right angles, which would mean that those 2 lines would be parallel, as defined on definition 35 just before, right? And that's the only one point, because on neither side is there less than 180. So on neither side would the triangle be formed. It's sort of the explanation of why triangles have to have 180 degrees. Because if you have those 2 angles of the triangle with all of the 180 degrees, you don't get a triangle. You need all of those angles to be within the triangle. You need
less.
2 right angles.
That's why he said it.
Yeah, because the meeting point is the bit, the other angle that makes up the 2 right angles, right? It's sort of a proof that triangles do have 180 degrees, or the sum of 2 right angles.
Just three angles in general.
Yeah, because if you have all of the angles in 2, there's nothing for the other one. Like, there's no degenerate triangle, as somebody calls them. Like, you can't have a 0 degree angle once you have 2, like somebody else.
Those are triangles hanging around with the wrong crowd, I gather.
Yeah, degenerates.
The Glober Grooming Society. I think that's what they spat off now.
Yeah. Okay, shout out to the trolls in the chat. He's doing well. Just everybody else is right about it. Triangles and like I really don't get what they say, because Beddy came round today and he's saying, well, are you saying that triangles? And it's like, yeah, definitely. That can definitely, you could definitely show which side of that straight line those triangles would be made. It's nothing that's geniuses need to be done. It's literally 3 straight lines. How technical do you want to try and get with it?
Advanced simplicity. That's all. And those lines do actually meet. You know, believe it or not. In a straight line, not in a curved line. That's not, a curved angle is not a triangle. But we have that dilemma, I guess, with defining things these days. So anything can be anything.
Not within geometry.
Tritheism. No. Within logic, I guess it all depends on how you define it now with these people. These mono-afflicted people.
Do you have explosive or non-explosive logic? I think that's the best way to talk about it. The easiest way.
Just things that kind of blow up into just havoc or chaos, and then just non-explosive would be just what? Just definite geometrical logic, I guess. That's what I got out of it. I need to look up whatever that is.
Explosive logic is if you put in an inconsistency or some sort of a contradiction, then if you leave the contradiction in it, it just explodes the entire logic. Anything could be proved true because you've allowed a contradiction within to your logic. And if you can have any one contradiction, then it nullifies the entire system of truth.
Yeah, it's like this line ordeal, I guess you can say we were having explosiveness. From the practicality of it all, anything from redefining what a line is explosive, and anything deriving from that statement of just angles, lines, and shapes, I guess, is one. Of anything deterring from that in two dimensions is just kind of a something that just doesn't belong in a sense when talking about geometry.
Mm-hmm. Well, the explosiveness means that you
define,
like, geometry. Let's say Euclidean geometry is an explosive system, logic system, because if you were to say, well, let's say straight lines can curve, well, then the entire geometry would just fall to pieces, wouldn't it? Nothing would follow from one to the other. It would just nullify the whole thing. So one tiny contradiction that you employ into your logical system, if you think of it like geometry, depends on how solid you have your logic. But if you allow an inconsistency, it would do that. It would just fail the whole thing.
Yeah, but then you inject in 3 dimensions for what should be 2 dimensions. And I mean, but within the construct of 2 dimensions, I guess. Yeah, it wouldn't be 2 dimensions then. So, but they have to inject that, I guess, what is it, solid object geometry maybe? But I mean, they can kind of, coexist with each other in a sense, but redefining 2 dimensions is, I guess it's a little crass, I guess. Yeah, can't do that.
Yeah, we were talking about explosive logics. Got a bit off track there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just can't allow that sort of a thought thing in. Otherwise, it just fails everything. And that's what they're allowing for. Wow, we've got a troll trying to rile everybody up in the chat.
think it's Brenda.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're following Blue's orders, Brenda. Even you, Rumpus?
No, a new lighter. The other one was going knackered, as you probably imagine.
Is that like a new word, contradiction, to their logical, like triletheism?
Diletheism is when you add an axiom into your logic that states there is no truth, or everything is true, or everything's false, or everything's both true and false.
That contradicts the
Everything.
formal established truth of what these laws that are law of non-contradiction, law of
but you don't actually ever have to use it unless you come up against somebody who has a different idea than you. Then you can contradict yourself at any point when in an argument. You're allowed to, obviously, because nothing is true and everything is false. Everything is both true and false. So you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Yeah, I wonder if they could actually set some like formal established logic, or logical principles or philosophy to use in certain situations. Because I think maybe, I don't know, do like the debates, like, just standard debates use these actual contradictions in them, I wonder?
It's, of course it is. It's dilethetic. Have you never been to a debate recently? I mean, none of these.
Like a real debate.
Here,
yeah, a real debate.
Well, in the debate servers that are around here, they expect you to argue both sides of your own argument.
Yeah, I mean, there's diletheism, yeah, but then what about triletheism? Like
I just made that up.
Oh, is that just a made up version?
I did, yeah, I made that up.
I thought I looked it up and it was actually
it might be
tritheism. Was I looking up tritheism?
Don't know. That sounds like a religious thing, doesn't it?
So it's just it's the same thing then as diletheism in a sense. They're just contradicting things that are established.
Diletheism is just everything contradicts everything, which is a good thing. Because if we knew everything, then we wouldn't be learning. And I can't remember the rest of it, but something like that. That's science. Not the way I choose to go about daily life. I like to have the idea that there are truths and they don't contradict. I don't think there's ever any real contradictions. It's a bit hard to be both on and off. It can't be done. They don't exist in my reality. So I don't have them. I don't have that axiom to put in. Because I believe, like you say, I think the non-explosive is it may be a coping mechanism to deal with daily life of some sort. But I don't think it's valuable, and I don't think it's helpful in the end. It might help some people cope. Not something that I choose to deal with. Yeah. Dr. Becky, I'll get it for you guys. So I'll put it in the chat so you can hear her. Dr. Becky.
Everything contradicts everything, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. A doctor, no less.
Which is a good
Well,
thing.
then yeah, what's the point of it then? Wasn't it the law of excluded middle? It has to be one or the other. You can't
The
have
law of
anything.
non-contradiction. You go like, well, everything actually contradicts itself, so we don't need that one. Like, once you start losing the laws of identity, let's see where we can get this.
This is a little difficult to wrap up now, but essentially, everything contradicts everything in the minute. Everything contradicts everything in the minute, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing, because if everything was,
We have a real genius in David.
be learning more, and that's what science is all about: learning what we can when nothing makes sense.
There you go. That's what science is about. Learning what we can when nothing makes sense. Nervous giggle.
Dr. Becky.
Dr. Becky. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everything contradicts everything, which is a good thing because that's what science is about. Learning as much as we can when nothing makes sense. Science 2022.
According to Michio Kaku, the scientific method is not even used really anymore. The whole thing you learned in school doesn't even apply now. No one uses a scientific method anymore. Who would actually do such a thing? Be able to put in logical statements.
Yeah.
And formulate, try to prove your hypothesis. Who would do that anymore?
When science contradicts itself. I mean, like hot and cold. Both long and short.
Yeah, can you contradict that?
Up and down.
Can up be down?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's
in science.
Obviously, to Dr. Becky. Yeah, it's science. It can be.
We're learning more.
Open and closed.
Yeah, open and closed. Yeah.
Well, they
Dead
use
and
it.
alive both at the same time. Don't forget Schrodinger. Shout out to the cat.
One man's vertical is another man's horizontal.
Yeah, vertical.
I love that one. Yeah.
There is no up. There's no down. They're all just relative when talking about an object in 3D space.
Yeah, it makes a mockery, doesn't it? It makes a mockery of the system, right? Imagine if you were to allow this inconsistency in, you could imagine that vertical was every direction. Right? Not just one, every direction, all of them. I know. Like, and that's what could happen, right? If you allow this weird sort of thing into reality, you could allow the concept that such a weird thing like that could happen. And then that would make all horizontals also the same. It would make horizontal a spherical shape to match with...
Absolutely.
Now that would be strange, wouldn't it? Imagine that. If you allow this diletheism into your thinking without knowing about it, then yeah, you could be allowed into thinking such strange things like vertical was every direction.
Yeah, the word literally translates into two truths in Greek. Dio, theo, litheism, aletheia, two truths.
It's fantastic, that, isn't it? I get every time you hear it. There's
Blows
two
my
truths.
mind, yeah.
One of them is the opposite of the other. They're both true. Like, oh, no way. It's such a strange concept to imagine, but then when you think about it, there's loads of people that have this, especially within the quote debate arena that we're in. I'm pretty sure that I've been talking to people for 3 years now that have had that general idea where they just tell you you're wrong because, but they can also think that level is horizontal and just tell you you're wrong for saying that level is horizontal. And then walk away thinking they're still right. It's such a weird thing to inject into a logical system and a thought process. But once it's in there, not got a clue. Can do some strange things. And just as you can have it one way, you can have explosive logic. Well, conversely, if you've been given this diletheism and you then find that contradiction that you're not aware of, right? Somebody shows you a cog dis that you aren't aware of. There's like an implosion sort of thing. There's a crisis. Because you perhaps weren't aware that you've been given this diletheism as, a concept to build into it. If you then find out that you hear about this conflict and you grab it and it'll bury into your brain. It's the opposite of an explosive. It's an implosive. And if you've got a model and you've built a lot of all of that stuff on that model, you're going to the model's going to be fighting whatever it was that you were thinking about. And I'd say you might end up going mad. And I hope that doesn't happen. Shout out George. But we'll have some fun when we start talking about the triangle axiom. Be safe with Euclidean geometry, the simple logic. So if you do have that implosion, come round and have a chat. We try and do our best to explain stuff simply. Most of the people that are in here in the Discord as well will probably be glad for going over it. Because this is the sort of stuff, the simple stuff, advanced simplicity, that does need to be gone over quite a few times. But we're getting into the triangles at the base level, starting at the triangle axiom. All this week I'm thinking, what do you think about that? Do a triangle axiom week. and go into all of the logic of it and the geometry of it and what it can prove and how base it is, how the logicians of old and the mathematicians of old have confused people, took geometry out of the simple concepts and giving you back shapes. I don't know, like I'd be interested in anybody letting us know what sort of geometric training or whatever you did at school. Forming a triangle, and I don't think I can. I'm thinking about back now. I don't think I did that much.
It's memorization, mostly. It was when I was in school with geometry, just memorizing formulas, area, base times height, all this stuff. And yeah, you could write a card down on your table, if you needed help or something with all these formulas, but then you'd have to, apply that to a bunch of numbers, draw it out, go on the chalkboard, all this stuff, yeah.
The geometry is more about the actual the logical process of doing that. I don't know anybody that actually did any. Although some of the older of us, I mean, I can remember getting a compass and making arcs, joining points together. But it was, I don't know, I was 40 odd before I realised what pi was. Definitely closer to 50 when I worked out the beauty of Euclid and the real what geometry was.
Yeah.
And the simplicity of it all.
Very simple.
I've heard a lot of people recently say that, not me, I'm not clever enough, I don't, but this isn't something that really needs massive brain power. It's just a circle and straight lines. And only what can be done. There's nothing that you can't do. It can be done by anyone. I'll get on the whiteboard tomorrow. We're still waiting for a couple of bits of equipment. And I've got some stuff on the whiteboard at the minute to keep me stuff. I don't want you guys seeing it. I'm not ready to rub it off yet. I'll have to do that tomorrow.
Professor Bevel in the classroom.
Well, I
We
mean,
should do like a video series.
well, there's not that much. Triangles and parallels, all summed up within this one axiom. It's fantastic the way it comes around. The way we've been saying about perpendicular and the triangle.
It's all simple.
Yeah, right line geometry, like we had it ages ago. Right line. Just the straight lines. The only geometry that's provable in reality. That's the only geometry that you can use in reality to prove anything. That's what we do with our tests. Simple concepts, simple ideas, straight lines in reality.
I'm just waiting for Rumpus to come in.
Oh, Genesis is coming.
Oh, Genesis came in first. Rumpus will be in after
Rumpus,
Genesis.
Rumpus can't come and talk about this. Rumpus isn't experienced or available to talk about Euclidean geometry at a base level.
He isn't. He's a moron. No. He's a very twisted individual. Maybe that's a better way of saying it.
Yeah. Welcome, Genesis. Are you, it's strange to see you on a Monday.
Oh, there he is. What do you know?
Hello there, Bev.
Hello.
You
Good
hear
day.
me? Yeah.
Oh, I'm Rumpus as well.
I just saw the title here about the model Affliction Monday.
Yeah.
And I thought you need someone to hit on, I think.
No. We said that if you have a model, keep it very safe. We don't want to offend it. We don't want to cause any upset or anything.
I am extremely model afflicted, yes.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first step.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Once
that's the first
I
step.
have tried to get rid of the model, but it's just in a couple of hours I get abstinence problems, so I need it again.
I know. I've noticed a lot of people are like that.
Yeah. I have a dealer nearby who delivers.
Well, do you want to
curve straight lines and things like that?
Do you want to show off your model for us?
Yeah, I could do that.
Go on. What's the best thing about your model?
Yeah.
Ask your dealer if he has any clamps. Genesis, that's the new thing, the clamp.
Yeah, I heard that blues clamp, yeah. I don't really know what it is.
Blues clamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
But I heard this expose the trolls guy here.
What?
A frightening name there. You will expose me soon, but...
Are you saying you're a troll? Well, that's good.
I probably are.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, but you said that about what you're learning in trigonometry in school.
No, geometry, not trigonometry.
Okay, geometry, okay.
Yeah, what about it?
No, it's not just that. I think the school system is bad in some places. So it's very easy to teach trigonometry if you're using the XY coordinate system and you have the unit circle that has a radius of 1.
Okay.
Or if you draw a line from the middle, from origo out to the unit circle, and then you have an angle to that line. So
a right triangle, or what are you talking about?
No, just a line from the middle out
so
to the
just a 90.
Yeah, you have a unit circle. That's a circle around the middle, which have a radius of 1. That's called the unit circle.
Okay.
And then you draw a line from the middle out to the unit circle. And that line would have an angle to the x-axis. And
the y-axis or the x-axis?
To the x-axis.
Okay. What's the angle?
It could be, if you take cosinus for that angle, you get the x-coordinate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you take sinus for that
y,
angle, you get the y-coordinate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah? So it's very simple to understand what cosinus and sinus is.
Yeah, like I've just put in the chat there for you. Do you want to use that?
Yes, that's a nice.
It's a teaching aid, yeah? Is that a good one?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just deriving a right triangle, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Euclidean, that completely, isn't it?
I think all kids think it's very difficult to learn about what is sinus and cosinus. It's just formulas. You put in your values and you get out some result, and you don't understand anything about how it works.
It's just a point going around a circle. Good. It's very Euclidean, isn't it?
Yes, of course, it's Euclidean.
Euclid didn't mention anything about trigonometry. It's nothing to do with Euclid.
That is definitely That's definitely not. Euclidean triangle within
Euclid
a circle.
Did not do any trigonometry.
Didn't he define the circle at least?
He did use the triangles circle, but he
didn't do trigonometry. He didn't do anything. Okay. I think it was Hipparchus. Was it Hipparchus who created the trigonometric tables? There's no trigonometry in because, of course, it's not analytical geometry. Euclid. It's not useful, and therefore because it's not useful because it doesn't have things like trigonometry in it.
Look at it. It's a thing going round in a circle. Making triangles.
Yeah, but if you want to quantify it, if you want to use it, Bev, if you actually do something with it, you need to quantify it, which means you need to have trigonometry and have trigonometric tables, which is not included in Euclid.
Yeah, they're
which
all
is therefore
scalable,
useless.
Aren't they? That's the beauty of it, is because it works at the triangle, both the triangle and the circle are scalable to any size.
Useless.
Well,
you can't.
The actual geometry is very useful.
No, it's not.
It's the scalability of it that makes it even more useful.
Analytical geometry is useful. This sort of qualitative stuff.
Come on, you tell everybody how to do the geometry. Come on.
So anybody who does anything useful in this area uses analytical geometry, has to have formulas and have maths applied to it. All this sort of construction planar geometry is of no use to anybody. No one uses it to do anything useful.
It's the foundation of mathematics.
Well,
it's not useful.
Mathematics is quantified and therefore has to have numbers. And therefore analytical. If you're going to use any of this stuff, you have to have analytical geometry and apply maths to it. This construction stuff is of no use to anybody.
Rumpus, would you agree that because of these fundamental basics, that is the reason why geometry or any other trigonometry or whatever is quantifiable?
It doesn't quantify anything.
I didn't say it did. That wasn't my question. My question was, would you say that?
Well, it's the basis. Yeah, it's the first step. It's the first step, but that's all. No one. This is of no use to beast nor man in actually doing anything useful.
So you can't do anything without it. Got it. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad you're happy.
Step one. Can't do anything without it.
You don't need it. No one uses this stuff to do anything useful.
No, you don't need the elements.
No one uses
you will need
the real world to do anything
geometry without the
geometry. Can't do trig without the elements. Without the elements, trig doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
Bam.
Trigonometry was created independently of this. Trigonometry was named. Yes, it does. It's the ratio of triangles. That's quantified.
You need a triangle. You need a triangle. Where are you going to get the triangle from, big guy? Where's your triangle going to come from? Oh,
well,
no.
We can just define that without reference to Euclid. No, we don't.
Where are you going to get that triangle
So just because I can define, any child can come up with the idea of 3 points, so what? That's not useful. You can't do anything with it. You can't do anything with it.
What happens if you don't have a triangle, little buddy?
Well, if you want to deny the existence of triangles, no one denies. In trigonometry, you twat, no one denies the existence of triangles. Oh dear! So you think that that to do trigonometry, we've got to go back to some definition of triangle. We do not use the definition of a triangle. We do not use the definition of a triangle. You're a moron. You are stupid. You don't have to have anything to do with this. You don't need to know the definition of a triangle to use this stuff.
Okay.
It's quite simple. Analytical geometry does not use Euclid in any way.
You wouldn't be able to do analytical geometry without the basic fundamentals of Euclidean
geometry. Okay. I mean, if you want to define like a definition, I define a triangle, fine, go ahead. But if you want to do anything useful with it, you have to take it further than that.
What the hell do you think it is?
Sorry?
What do you think it is?
What do I think what is? Triangle?
It's a definitions and axiomatic system.
Yeah, well, I mean, anybody could have come up. Yeah, okay, define a triangle. Great, there you go. Now do
anybody
something
could
with
have
that.
come up-
Well, that's
nobody
that's not going to
needs
get you
attribute it
anywhere.
to a guy
You then
in
have to
order for
do
it to
things
work.
with it. You then have to
In
do
order-
things with it, and that's
nobody
when
needs
you
to
have to use
attribute
analytical
it to a
analytical
certain
geometry.
individual named Euclid for these principles to work.
There's no principle
These
there.
principles work.
No,
and
no, a
therefore
triangle is
your
not a
analytical
principle.
Geometry
A triangle is
works
not a
because
principle.
these
A
fundamental
triangle
basics
is not
are
a principle.
necessary.
Rumpus.
It's
an
just the
enclosed
name.
space.
It's
Rumpus,
just the
you gotta
name of
calm
3
down.
points. That's
No.
all.
Children, Rumpus, you gotta calm down, sir.
Yeah, but he keeps. What I mean to say, it's a
You
principle.
don't
It's
have
ridiculous.
to explain why you're being such a rumpus. Just
Well,
calm
he was
down.
over talking me. I wasn't able to get a
I
sentence
heard
out.
you. I heard all
Good.
of it.
Well, good.
Just calm down. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'd like to be able to get a sentence out occasionally.
Yeah. Well, then calm down.
Yeah, but then let me get a sentence out
You can't even
occasionally.
calm down. I'll tell you what.
Then let me get a sentence out
We'll
occasionally.
see you later, Rumpus.
Oh,
Anybody
you
want to
bigger
keep him?
Rakia. I know, not really.
The point is that because there's a
No,
definition
hang
of a
on,
triangle.
Rumpus. Hang on, Rumpus. The point is, even when I was trying to get you to calm down, you were rumpusing me. So try
you
again.
stopped talking.
Try
You
again
stopped
tomorrow.
talking. There was a gap, so I.
Yeah, he's not here to say anything.
No, I mean I'm was being as nice as I can be. Just try and calm down, sir. And he's talking through me. I mean,
It's ridiculous. Yeah,
it is very hard to listen to.
it's old. People are bored with it. It's boring. Get out of here.
Hey, Rakia, calm down.
Yeah, you don't understand.
Hey, just calm down there, buddy.
You're a
You
twat.
don't understand.
What does he call people? I don't even know what that word. What does that mean?
A copy?
What?
What did he
Whatever
say?
he calls
Oh,
people.
a twat. A twat.
Oh, a twat. Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Just
don't use that here. I'm sure it's negative though. Seems.
You stupid twat.
Yeah, he got in some insults there. I think that's pretty much when he breaks down mentally. He goes there and he can't process from then on. He just becomes the rumpus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Useless. Anyway,
What did I
let's move on.
miss? What did I miss?
Oh, nothing.
Just the normal rumpus. He's
Oh.
never muted for right now.
I was hoping
He was
Rumpus
trying to
was going
say-
to tell us about the fifth, but I mean, how far did you get with that? Like, does he actually understand geometry, or?
To the point we were twats and morons and
Oh, right.
all that.
Okay.
Yeah, to that point.
Yeah.
I can
I don't know that-
definitely if you want, and maybe you can, maybe.
Well,
he's
no,
pretty good with you, but
I wasn't expecting him to have anything within that, but I mean, it's Model Affliction Monday. I mean,
oh, that's right. I did forget. I did want to
I don't
ask
know
him
that-
the curve
Oh.
over 1,000 miles. Like, what would be that distance difference? If the chord line is 1,000 miles, what would be if you were on top of the sphere? What would that distance be? I believe Rumpus could figure that out easily.
Mhm.
We might have to let him back in. We just need to be a little, keep him calmer. Don't antagonize him ourselves.
Blue's impressed at us going with the triangles.
Hmm. He's
Yeah.
quite the
Or
guy.
maybe I could go in and do some rumpusing. I'm not so good at that, but
How much geometry did you get taught when you were a nipper, Genesis, when you were at school? Can you remember picking a
I
compass
know a
up?
lot of geometry. I have a university education in math, so I know a lot of geometry.
Okay, so did you do anything to
And
do with the
rumpus
triangle
is-
axiom?
The triangle axiom, no. You never talk about Euclid in school.
Do you not?
It's out there, dated. It's old. You have to say he was also he was wrong in some places. So
It was wrong.
it has been modernized. So
Okay. Well, I thought you were like, you're of an age, aren't you? I mean, like, when did it
I'm
get
old.
modernized?
yeah. I think so.
When was that it got modernized?
I don't know.
Well, you said you went to university. Was it before you went to university or after you went to university?
It was in the 1500 something where.
Oh,
when you.
So that's not very modern, is it?
Isn't that modern?
Well, I don't know. Is that what you call modern?
Yeah, it hasn't happened so much to the mathematics before that. But then I heard you talked about Gauss. He is an extraordinary mathematician, yeah?
Is he?
There is a story about Gauss that he was in school when he was 8 years or something, and the teacher asked them to add all the numbers from 1 to 100 to have them to make some work. And after 5 minutes, Gauss went to the teacher and showed him the result because he had invented the formula.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, Bear, what the sum of the integers from 1 to 100 is?
No.
The formula for that, for the sum of the integers is n times n plus 1 divided by 2. So the sum of the first 100 integers is 100 times 101 divided by 2. So it's 50 times 101. So it's 5050. And that was the answer that Gauss came to the teacher with. So he was very bright.
It's a nice story, isn't it?
Yeah. And then he was very bright. But the most bright,
do you think he had a problem with the triangle axiom?
Probably not. I don't think so.
So you think he could understand on which side of that straight line the triangle was formed?
Yeah, you call it the triangle axiom. I don't know why. It only says if you have these two lines that if the angles are less than 180 degrees, it must convert and in a point later on. And of course, this will create a triangle, but
yeah,
it does. It doesn't say anything about triangles. It just says something about that parallel lines does not meet. If it's 180 degrees, these two angles.
No, that's within the definition.
They will never meet.
The definition Genesis says that the parallel straight lines never meet. That's the definition. That's not for the axiom to do that, is it? The axiom just tells you which side of the straight line the triangle's formed.
Yeah. Okay.
At least that's the way I see it.
Yeah. It's a very simple axiom, so it's self-explanatory.
Well, yeah. I can't understand why they've got a problem with it myself.
I have no problem. Who has a problem with it?
The people that say it has to go.
Who said that?
Who said that?
It has to go. It's not correct, or what?
Well, it's Euclidean geometry, isn't it? And Euclidean geometry doesn't seem to be so in vogue in the way it works. I mean, I call it right line geometry, or when we use it in reality, we only use the right lines, the straight lines.
But it has been modernized. This is old stuff. This was written down 300 or 400 before Christ.
Well, that's what they say.
It's the same age as the Old Testament. Do you believe in the Old Testament also?
How old do you think a triangle having the same amount of angles? I mean, actually, there won't be. Like, triangles are always triangles, aren't they? How far do you think they go back? Or do you think there's modern triangles that you've...
I don't know, maybe there were no triangles before Euclid, but I don't know.
Well,
but the first
I think other people
who
were
used
using it.
mathematics was the Babylonians, where they calculated the... but I don't know if they use triangles also. But
it's another story.
Yeah.
Were you there, Genesis?
Yeah, I was there. I'm very old, as you heard. So I was there when the Babylonians...
It was there for the modernization of geometry.
Was that your question?
That was my question. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Or maybe I could be
You do know
lying.
how easy it is to lie. Yeah, you know how easy it is to lie about stuff.
You shouldn't trust the Swede, you know.
That's it, at least.
Yeah, you know. I can tell. You know. I think you're just here to trigger us, Genesis. Honestly.
Maybe.
Well, it's a fun time. I think it's fun having you here. It's better than Rumpus.
At least I'm here.
Yeah, at least you're here.
I heard you discuss earlier. What interesting that this what's his name? The scientist Pacquiao, no?
Michio Kaku?
Yeah, that said that they are not using the scientific method anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said.
I haven't.
Isn't it interesting?
I've not heard that.
You've never heard it? Well, go look online. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's parroted.
Are they doing science now? Then
it all depends on how you're doing, I guess.
Everything contradicts everything. So
yeah, that's silly. I don't know what that was.
That's Dr. Becky.
It looks like it's taken out of context.
No, that is Dr. Becky.
Because that girl is rather bright.
She's PhD. Yeah.
She would say something silly.
Never heard of Dr. Becky
without the context.
She's talking about the modern state of her profession.
Yeah. So now the Swedish chef is interested in the Muppet Show because now everyone knows how Swedish sounds like.
I used to love the
like,
Swedish chef. He was my hero. Do you look like that?
No, it doesn't sound like that. It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. They did have a talking frog. So
in Muppet Show, yeah.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of Swedish words that has come into English. For instance, window is Swedish. It's actually from the Vikings. They called it was the wind eye. That was a hole in the roof where the smoke goes out. That's a wind eye, and that become window later on.
Wow. Yeah, we've had a lot of people that know these little word games.
Yeah.
That
and
come
you have
over
this
here.
smörgåsbord and ombudsman. Swedish words.
Swedes, really? I don't really think we had a lot of words from Sweden. A
Yeah.
lot of French words in English. A lot of different Germanic languages.
Yeah, the Vikings was down and took the whole of England.
But like I was saying before, it's a story time with Genesis, I guess. You know, it seems like it's true. I mean,
you mean I talk too much?
No, you're fantasizing, I think, on these different topics. I mean, it could be true, it could not be true. We just like to stay in reality here.
No, you can Google it afterwards.
Oh, Google it. Okay,
I was
I'll
right
Google it.
or if I was wrong.
I'll see if it's a Google.
Yeah, but the Vikings
Google-worthy.
took over the whole of England in the 800s about. we had this King Knut from Denmark, actually. Who had the kingdom
we don't tend to do history. This is Model Affliction Monday.
Okay, I stopped that.
Oh, yeah, you want to tell us about your model?
Sorry.
Give us a brag. Give us the best thing about your model.
I have a fantastic model.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that the Earth is a big sphere.
Yeah.
A bit oblate, but mostly a sphere.
And how do you know that?
I don't know that. I just trust people smarter than me. It says that it is that way.
Nice. Consensus, then. Consensus model.
I don't know much myself. I mainly know that I exist.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that last time, but the Descartes said that you can only know that you exist. Nothing more.
Okay. Well, so
the rest of it is belief.
You go with the consensus. Now, who is it that gives you the consensus opinion?
Mostly scientists.
Do you have a straw poll or some sort of a questionnaire that you give the scientists? Is there a sort of website somewhere where you can go and check that the consensus of scientists is the correct consensus that you're getting, just in case you don't want to be getting misleading information, do you? Where do you get your scientist confirmation and consensus from?
I've just have read their books and what I have learned in school.
The books?
Yeah.
Which books were they?
I read a lot of scientific books. For instance, I love this American. He's Sean Carroll. You know who he is?
Well, that sounds like one guy. I thought you were talking about a consensus. I was hoping that you would go with there's a website here. There's 8,000 scientists, books, and you can say
consensus.
Yeah,
but I think what you learn in school is consensus.
Oh, what you learn in school?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we wanted to start a discussion about the triangle axiom and the benefits of it, and that age-old debate, because it must have been great back in the day. If you must have heard about it, the debates that people had over the fifth, they call it the fifth, I call it the 12th axiom, the triangle axiom, right? So those debates, how do we get to work out how those debates went, and where could we start those debates again? Because I'm definitely in the favor of that being easily provable, right? So who would you expect to go up against us? Where are the scientists that would like to debate about that? Where's the consensus?
Had there been a debate about the fifth axiom?
I think there was. I think somebody was telling us. Yeah, there was. There's loads of. Well, you did maths, right?
Who was debating that?
I don't know, but Betty was telling us today that they didn't realize it was. Well, they got rid of it. They went, you can't prove that.
Yeah.
And then, so we don't need it. It doesn't. Betty was on about making it more concise to work out which bits you didn't actually need. Like the bit about two straight lines, not enclosing a space. Oof. I mean, do we really need that?
I have to look into that. I'm learning so much by listening to you, Bev.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
because this is what we've been after for all of this time.
I never know that
the simple geometry
was contested in this way.
Did you not?
No, I've never heard that.
Wait till you hear about all of the stories. I mean, did you think there was 5 axioms or postulates? Did you know about the 12 axioms and 3?
Euclid.
You've never read Euclid?
No.
Wow. And you've done mathematics and all of that at uni.
Didn't he say he had university education on this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it just shows how they've even got rid of Euclid.
Euclids. No, I don't think I ever heard Euclids in school.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how privileged we are when we come in here to find Euclid. I mean,
fantastic.
It is. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine how lucky we are.
To modern scientists is when you have this 2,500 thousand years old guys.
Yeah.
Read it there.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? That just shows you how good it is, doesn't it?
You should not stay with this old stuff. You should take some modern stuff.
Well, it's never been disproved. It can't be falsified. It's perfect, and it has been for, like you say, for thousands of years. Pardon?
It was a discussion, you said, about Euclides.
Pardon?
It was a discussion about this, the fifth axiom.
You don't know about it.
Then it was clear and.
It is. It's absolutely perfect. That's why I say I don't understand what they were talking about.
Not been a discussion about it.
Yeah, of course they could.
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't understand.
You're of the opinion. I think we had somebody else that did this. If somebody questions something, then that falsifies it.
No.
Okay.
It's just strange that someone was questioning it if it's so totally true.
Yeah, it is. You work out why would somebody possibly want to question the triangle axiom?
All right. I don't see it. So
it's a good one. Well, we're doing it a full week of this.
I never heard it before, so
yeah. This is going to be an exciting time coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find it fascinating that you could go through mathematics at uni and come out, like you say, with a really high degree and not have been taught Euclid. I think that just goes to show how much they've taken out of modern the logical process. They've taken that away from you.
I don't remember hearing Euclids in school.
I know. I definitely didn't hear of Euclid before I came into this arena.
But at the same time, I have never heard in school about Aristotle and Plato.
Mm-hmm.
That's just in the history class maybe, but not in the mathematics or science classes.
Yep.
Yeah, they're hiding it on purpose.
They are.
Early 18th or early 19th century. Yeah. It's no longer... For thousands of years, they had Euclidean. But then, magically, 200 years ago, all of a sudden, they found, the other geometries that...
I think I should go back to these old guys and what they said instead.
Well, go and have a study of it. I mean, look, there's now looking back and finding out what other people are supposed to have done, because you can only read the writings of people that wrote about things, can't you?
Yeah. So yeah, you think I should believe that everything in the world is created by fire, water, dirt, and what's the fourth element?
You're free to believe whatever you want.
Yeah?
Yeah, if that's what you want. Yeah, you can.
And you say that I should listen to these guys, not the new ones.
No, I haven't said that.
I think Expose the Troll said that.
What do they say?
I don't
think
that
I should listen to the old guys and not the new ones.
Oh, so you're saying that the Euclidean geometry is not to be listened to only and you should be listening to the new guys as well too. Is that what you're saying that you're doing?
Now we was talking about Aristotle and Plato.
No, we're just talking about different other geometries that have came into existence.
Euclid was mostly wrong, but he had some errors.
Why do you think that? Yeah, why do you think that?
What do you mean by mostly wrong? That's it. That's a bit of a ridiculous statement,
correct.
I think.
He had some errors, but it was mostly correct, yes.
Is that something you just read on some website and now you're just parroting it? Have you ever done anything that's actually proving that inconsistent with it?
Yeah, for instance, that Euclid said that a parallel line is a line that has no points in common with the first line.
It's a point. Sure? Any 2 points can be joined by a straight line. That's the first.
No, it's that at the parallel. If you have one line, another line is parallel to this line if it has no parts common with the first line.
No, Euclid didn't write that.
He said that, yes.
That's not the definition of parallel lines in my book of Euclid, anyway.
Definition of
which book of Euclid are you, like, who wrote it? Which is the author?
I don't know.
Well, there you go. 35. Definition 35. Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which, being produced ever so far both ways, do not meet. That's the definition that I've got in my book.
I see it in sorry, I will read that now.
And that's to try and take it back as close to the Latin.
Being in the same pen and being produced indifferently in other direction. Yeah, maybe I was wrong on that part.
So back to the question: why do you think that this is something that's applicable? This new geometry that's been discovered, they say. Is it because you think that they've had these discoveries of the nature of our reality, that they somehow decided to put these into, thought? Or do you just
maybe
I think you're just,
was correct.
You're probably just parroting stuff, I think. Okay.
But it's elementary mathematics, so it's not a problem. On the other hand, Plato and Aristotle had a lot of idiotic ideas that was not correct. So. But maybe
that's not Euclid, right?
No.
We're specifically talking about one particular part of Euclid at the minute.
Yeah.
Which we call a triangle axiom, but other people, right? They want to get rid of it. They don't want it there. They say it doesn't quite fit for some reason.
Who said that?
Who said that?
That Euclid was wrong.
Well, everybody that wants to have a model. Or are you not aware of the problems that the model?
Everyone who has a model says that Euclid is wrong.
Well, normally, yes. After a discussion with us. Yes.
Okay. You're not thinking about the non-Euclidean geometries now.
Oh, the non-Euclidean.
No, like the spherical.
So what would make a geometry not Euclidean?
If you remove some axioms.
Which one?
that parallel lines does not.
The triangles having 180 or the sum of two right angles.
No, maybe.
That's the one that you want to get rid of. Why would you want to get rid of it?
You have to if you're going to define that the geometry on a sphere, you have to get rid of the axiom that says that parallel lines never meet.
Well,
because they do on a sphere.
But triangles do have 180 degrees in reality, right?
Yeah, yes, that's
okay.
Something. But I don't know if did Euclid say that triangles have 180 degrees?
Yeah, in that.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it obvious? Isn't it one of those self-evident truths?
I don't know. Maybe you could show that the definition where it says that it has 180 degrees.
It tells you which side of the straight line the triangle will be formed.
Yeah, you could show this. It was Mike that showed this definition of the parallel.
Yeah.
Maybe he could show the where Euclid said that triangles have 180 degrees. It would be interesting.
Read axiom 12.
I will be reading axiom 12. If it's right line into this. But the 12 is the same as 5.
Mm-hmm.
That will meet, the lines will meet somewhere and may
with the side which has less than two right angles. So two right angles is the sum of
180 degrees.
The sum of two right angles.
But it doesn't say 180 degrees.
It says the sum of less than two right angles. So you know what right angles are.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You know, Euclid didn't use any numbers either because it's pure geometry. It's just about the logic and the lines.
Okay, why did you say he said 180 degrees then?
Two right angles. I was making it simple for you. Because that's the language you understand. You're not used to Euclid and working everything out through right angles, are you?
So somebody says that the sum of the triangles of the angles of a triangle is two straight lines. Two straight angles.
No, one.
Two
right angles, yes.
Degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, the sum is two right angles. The triangle, obviously, where it meets would be the difference, wouldn't it, of what is less than. Yeah, that's the whole point of that triangle axiom. It tells you on which side of the line the triangle will be formed.
Oh, yeah, but it doesn't say it's the total of the angles is two right angles.
Well, if the two right angles are perpendicular to the other line, then the triangle won't be formed.
Exactly. They are parallel, yes?
Obviously, yeah. Yeah, because the triangle won't be formed. And the triangle will only be formed on the side which has less than.
Yeah.
And that's because the other part of the triangle, the other angle, will be the amount that it is less than.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always the sum of two right angles in a triangle. That's why it's sort of, I say that's sort of the proof. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me anyway.
Then you could wonder, why are you stuck with this old Euclidean stuff?
Because it's perfect. Isn't it? Yeah.
Then what? Will that prove anything? Like the shape of the Earth or something?
No. I've never said it will. Like, I don't know. I said don't leave your model. I don't want to threaten your model.
What the goal with all this old Euclidean stuff then?
It's just for people to learn. Like there's a group of people that do actually want to learn these things. And
we're just learning this for the learning's sake.
Yeah, the simplicity of it, yeah. To get to this age and to be able to learn like this again is it's good.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have a problem with it, do you?
I was just wondering why you were discussing this all the time.
Well, you come in here, so we talk with you.
Yeah, just came here because you needed some model afflicted person to.
I don't know. We were doing all right, actually. I was doing okay. You sure? Or did you think I was? I needed.
He will expose me soon.
I'm a bit model afflicted as well, so you can expose me. Genesis, yeah. Try to expose me too.
Okay, but Bev doesn't have a model at all. He said.
Yeah. Yep.
Bev doesn't have...
you can try and expose a model somewhere if you want. But I mean, you show off your model. I might go, ooh, that looks nice. Give us your best globe. Give us your best globe witness. Like, go. I'll key it up. Right, go on.
I mean,
hello, Genesis. Yeah. What have you come here for today? Go on, sell me it. Sell it me.
With you,
yeah. Okay.
Almost, maybe more.
Yeah. Sell me your model. Go on.
I mean,
see whether I can buy it.
A model is a description of how the world works.
So it's just a description.
Yeah, if you have an idea,
it's a bit wordy.
In the world, it's your model.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's just in your mind. I know. It's just concepts in your mind. You can have it as however you want. Yeah.
That's a model.
Yeah. Well, you can't sell me anything in your mind.
No.
No.
But if you say that water is wet, that's a model. That's an idea.
That's a statement, right?
The word works.
No, it's just a statement. Don't get over.
Yeah.
It's not a model. Come on.
About the world.
Well, I think you might
and
be.
You use that to explain. If you fall in the water, you will be wet.
Yeah. It's not a model, though, really.
So then if you think that, you are a model afflicted.
Well, that's a pretty bad model you've got there.
No, that's what the definition of a model is. It's a description of the world we live in.
Okay. Well, your description. Give us your best description, then, right? Like, sell us your best description. Go on.
My best description.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think it must be that water is wet. If you fall in the water, you will get wet.
For your model.
Yeah, that's in my model. There are more things in my model, but that's one thing in my model.
Brilliant.
Do you agree or not?
That the water's wet.
Can you prove that?
Yeah.
You cannot prove anything in the real world. You can only prove things in mathematics.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But you can have evidence.
That's a bad model. If you can't prove anything in your model.
I've been into the water several times, and every time I got wet. So the evidence is very high that water is wet.
No, there's different ways of explaining a model. Or you can say it's a description of something, but you have to agree on what the actual model is.
He's just told us his model doesn't involve proof.
Yeah, the model is, for instance, that the world is a sphere. and
with
the
no
sun
proof.
is 93 million miles away.
With no proof.
All that. That's
With no
also
proof.
in the model.
With no proof.
In my model.
Yeah, with no proof.
No proof.
Mm-hmm. So it's
But
just
it
a
looks like
wordy
it's
model
correct.
with a description of something. And the statement that goes along with it, there's no proof of this. They're just words.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Then
pretty bad model. I would say that's pretty flawed.
Yeah, you just look at all the evidence that are there, and then you make your decision which one you will believe in.
Might be time for a new model.
Yeah. Please.
Well, if
Can
you're
we have a new Rakia? Was it Rakia? Yeah. The new Rakia model.
Genesis, you can have multiple definitions of a model, though. You know, it's a description of something, but you have to base that description on a definition of something. You know, you can say the green grass is obviously it is there. You know, it's in reality. It is green. Is that a model though of something? Like if you're gonna go to a cartographer and you say, "Oh, I've got a model," you know, they're gonna think of that differently than somebody that's saying, you know, the water is wet or something. We're talking about a model here.
Yeah.
Like as
But then you have
model of
several
reality.
elements. You have green and you have grass.
They're all descriptions.
Yeah.
But they're different.
Yeah.
Descriptions of stuff, and some are more complicated, some are not. It's up to you to have an agreement on what the actual description is and how intricate of that description is.
Yeah, of course, it's up to you to believe in description on things and what you would think is correct and what's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't get carried away with model only being a description of things. I think, even though it's the model in terms of what we're doing is different. I know you know that. It's pretty obvious. But let's not get caught up in that.
No, I didn't got the last thing. A model is just a description, and then if you believe that or not, it's up to you. Yes.
Yeah. So your model of reality, what would that be? So do it over again. I think Bev was saying something about how you were selling something to him. So
yeah.
So sell us your model. Sell us your model.
The most important part in my model is that water is wet.
Okay, no, try it in the model we're talking about though. Do the model that we're saying.
You don't have a model. Bev doesn't have a model.
Our model is
yeah, wait a minute. Get this.
Does not have a model. Yeah. Everyone else has, but Bev has not.
Yeah.
I think.
We did have this.
Bev doesn't even think that the water is wet.
Here we go. I did this one ages ago. Look at that one. Want to play a game of?
I take that back, Bev.
Do you want to play a game? I did this. No, nobody really wants to play this. Do you want to play a game of my geometric model dictates?
But you said you was the least model afflicted person in the world.
Yeah, but like the geometric model. This is brilliant. Do you want to play? I forgot about this and I only found it the other day.
You have a model play.
My geometric model dictates. Do you want to play with me? Play a game of?
I could try that.
Mm-hmm. My geometric model dictates that level and plumb are perpendicular. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to have a geometric term in every statement. That's the rules of the game.
I actually tried to make some logic I need to go and errand.
I know you might need to practice
I
this.
Be back.
Everybody, yeah. Anybody want to start thinking of how you would play this game with people? It's fantastic, I'm telling you. You don't really get many takers, but yep. Anybody wants to? There you go. Paige knows how to do it. Don't want to give all of the secrets away though, Paige. Don't want to give your playing cards away, because then you'll never get any takers. Just like act like it's yeah. It's amazing this how geometry touches you, isn't it? This is a good game. I'll be bringing this out a bit more. Who wants to play? That's a good one for Model Afflicting Mondays. Anybody wants to come and play? Play a game of My Geometric Model Dictates.
I'm back. I'm happy to play your game.
Are you happy?
I will probably lose, but I will.
Well, it's dangerous, slippery territory for the Model Afflicted to play this, but
maybe
let's go.
You mean I have to quit the internet totally after this?
Well, you have to know your geometric model.
Oh,
and
okay, I take the risk.
Okay. So I'll make my statement. Okay, you might be able to go similar. We'll play snaps. My geometric model dictates vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Is that the question?
No, that's just that's how you you play the game.
Yeah, I agree.
You just make statements. Well, you have to make your statement now. It's just a term-based thing.
Oh, so I have to make a statement.
Yes, about you have to say the words. My geometric model dictates, and then follow it on with a statement.
Okay, I have a statement, and my model says that the greatest even prime number is 2.
That geometric.
This was about prime numbers. It has to be about geometric.
Yeah, it's my geometric model dictates. That's the whole idea of the game.
Okay, so it must be geometric.
Yeah.
We're all waiting.
The statement is it starts off. This is the game.
Yeah.
You say my geometric model dictates, and then you fill in the words afterwards using some geometric terms about your geometric model.
But you didn't have a model, you said.
This is what we're playing. Geometric
How can you do
model.
this then?
I say, can you play? Do you have a geometric model?
Yeah.
Well, you should be able to play then.
But you don't have a model, so you cannot play this game.
I just said vertical and horizontal. I can have a geometric model. You should know what my geometric model is.
That you didn't have a model.
Basic
now
geometry. Do you know? Yeah, but geometry.
Okay, you have a geometry model, but not any other model.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just about the geometry then.
Well,
okay,
my geometric
then I
model.
Say that the circumference of a circle is pi times the diameter.
Euclidean. That's a nice one. I like it. Bold opening move, but I mean, you may have a pitfall there.
Now, yeah?
Well, yeah, pi is definitely Euclidean, isn't it? Yeah. You should know mathematics, right?
So it's 1-1 now.
Well, I think you've just lost. He's a mathematician.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, okay.
That's surprising, that Genesis. You.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Do you understand why?
And I'm very curious to know what is the circumference of a circle.
Well, pi is the circumference over the diameter, right?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, but that's
The diameter times pi
definitely
is the circumference. You said that was
Euclidean,
wrong.
isn't it?
It's a Euclidean, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So your geometric model of a circle is Euclidean.
So you mean my model is not Euclidean?
Your model isn't Euclidean.
It's very Euclidean.
Okay, so because you've used pi. Like, okay, good. We can carry on.
You could use pi in other non-Euclidean models also.
No.
Not just in the
No.
Euclidean.
No, you can't have a variable pi, can you? Or do you think just because you have a symbol it can be whatever?
Pi is pi. In all geometries.
It's not.
Euclidean or not.
It's not 3.14.
Pi has a specific number.
But only in Euclidean.
3.1415926.
Yes.
Something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
you said
that's
that
only in Euclidean.
I'm losing because I'm using pi, because pi is not defined in other geometries than the Euclidean one.
Yeah. Do you understand the difference, though?
I beg to differ on that one.
Okay, so everything is always the same ratio for the circumference to the diameter.
I believe you are bullying me now.
No, I'm just asking you, honestly, because you're the best mathematician I think I've ever heard brag about being a mathematician. So I'm just asking you if you are sure.
But I don't think I'm wrong.
That pi doesn't change in different geometries, even the conceptual ones where
pi never changes.
In reality, yes, but that's Euclidean.
What other values do you know about pi?
There is no other values, but that's the understanding we now have to come to, is that in the other geometries, perhaps that ratio, the diameter to the circumference, may not be the same.
Now that's correct, but pi is still the same. Pi is pi.
How can you have a different ratio but the same number? How is that possible?
No, it's not the same. No, it could be another number. I don't know if you're correct or not, but pi
you're
is
the
pi.
mathematician.
You cannot change the value of pi. But
yes,
you could say
reality.
that pi is not the ratio between the circumference and the diameter in non-Euclidean geometries. That's you could say, but you cannot never say that pi is not pi.
Exactly. It sort of proves Euclidean, could you say?
That pi proves Euclidean geometry.
Could you? Would it be a stretch to be able to say that?
That would be a stretch, yes, to say that. Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Because they would have to differ, wouldn't it? In something other than Euclidean. Wouldn't it?
The ratio between the circumference and the diameter of a circle could maybe not be pi in a non-Euclidean geometry. That could be true. I don't know, but I still say that pi is pi.
Yeah, you put a numerical number to it. If you just say pi's pi, then it's fine. But the moment you put a value to that, numerical value, then you're saying Euclidean, aren't you?
Do you mean that, for instance, the Euler number is different in other?
I haven't got a clue.
Geometry?
I've not studied other geometries because I don't think they're real. They're just conceptual. They never make it out of the 2D realm, and that's conceptual to me.
Yeah.
The moment you enter 3D, you're in Euclidean. That's the only geometry that enters the 3D realm, isn't it? The reality realm.
Do you know what the Euler number is?
No.
Or EDI pi?
What?
Is it e to the I pi, or is that Euler's theorem?
E to the I. E to the I pi.
E to the I, no?
I.
E to the I pi. Yeah.
What's
the
I?
E. That's the Euler number. The E is 2.71.
Yeah, what's I?
Oh, okay, so not... Yeah,
that's the Euler number.
I is the square root of -1, champ.
Oh, that's the imaginary number. Yeah.
That's what it stands for.
Lovely.
Not real.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice opener, Ruhif. Throw something imaginary in.
Oh, here comes Ruhif. Hi, Ruhif. I really like you. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can help me out with these brain things.
Oh, you've got Euler's theorem as your avatar thing. Nice one.
Sorry?
You've got e to the I pi equals -1 as your avatar.
Yeah, yes, that's the Euler identity. Yes, it is the most beautiful formula in the world.
What, with an imaginary number?
Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Is the imaginary number the one that makes it fit everything?
Pi does have different values. Oh, really?
It's perfect.
Okay, I didn't know that. Pi is different in non-Euclidean.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to, doesn't it? It has to have a different value.
Big question is, though, who cares?
Yeah, I say the same.
Wow, I was just saying, like, don't worry about
it. Sure, nobody cares. It's all imaginary anyway. Who cares?
Pi is just the circumference over the diameter, right? The more people that understand that, and then that's fine.
But are we navel gazing, or are we sort of trying to, perhaps answer a real world question?
We don't know. We were talking about its model affliction one day, so.
Oh, Bev never deals with real world issues. He never has a geometry that has real world applications, as I expressed earlier.
Right line geometry is the only geometry that can be proved in reality, right?
No, well, it's not proof. It's just based on 5 axioms. Though when I discussed it with you about 2 years ago, you didn't know that the 5th postulate was the one that was dubious and then changed in non-Euclidean geometry, and you still don't understand it. It's amazing.
Tell us about tangents.
It's okay. We're going over it all week. So
yeah, well, I told you about this 2 years ago.
You give us your opinion on it.
You didn't even know what the 5th postulate was. You didn't know it was an issue. You didn't know that was the key thing about Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, and I had to explain it to you. And of course, you've either forgotten that.
Give us your best on it now, then, and then we'll.
Well, it's actually called the parallel postulate. And you've got some strange thing. Euclid obviously didn't define it in terribly well. If you do the converse of what's said in that postulate or axiom, postulate. The converse of it is that 2 parallel lines do not meet. What he describes is the converse of that. Any non-parallel line will meet in the form of a triangle. And you seem to have an incredible problem understanding this. It's just amazing. It's so simple. It's ridiculous. And you make such a meal of it. And you still don't understand it. It's extraordinary. And in a world we live in, we actually live in a 4D space world, and we're not quite sure if it's flat or not, the geometry of the 4D space. And in that world, it can be...
What's the 4th D then? What's the 4th D?
Well, time.
Okay, show me time then.
Perpendicular to the other 3.
Well, just look at a clock and you'll see time go by. There you are, sorted. Was that just a bit? Was that an awareness, or are you laughing at yourself? What's the problem? You don't agree with the existence of time? What's the problem?
Oh, so unless I've got
you just carry on laughing and just get inanely laughing because you don't understand what's going on. That's fine.
If I haven't got a clock, then I can't do time then.
Well, it just gives you a quantified thing of events. You can watch events happen. That's time occurring. But we quantify
if you don't have a rule, those distances don't exist.
You're interrupting me, whoever. Oh, sorry, Riff. You can interrupt me. Go ahead. No, I've been talking.
If you don't have a rule, our distances don't exist.
You can interrupt me. Go ahead. You absolute prick, Rumpus.
There we go.
Because somebody's on your side.
A typical. Well, I get interrupted by about 5 people all the time, and Ruhif doesn't normally do that. So I was. I thought it was. There we go. There's the contribution from Paige. Yeah, morning, Paige. Yes, that's the Paige contribution there for you.
Rumpus, I remember when you actually come out here the other day, and you was moaning about people interrupting you, but you interrupt everybody else.
No, I don't. No, well, only when I've been interrupted.
You don't?
Not normally. No, not. I have to be provoked.
When you said the other day you can't get 4 or 5 words out because people interrupt you, but then you do it to other people.
Only when I've been interrupted persistently and systematically.
No, that's not what you said. Go back to.
I did. I said I only interrupt people when I've been systematically the subject of such interruptions, and so I respond.
Can we get it back to the model? Rumpus is selling us a model, not selling us how butter he is about.
Right. So I explained to you 2 years ago that. Sorry, if I'm. Go ahead, Rafe. I've spoken enough.
So how about we have a conversation about a real world question rather than just fucking navel gazing bullshit?
Wow, is this showing the hierarchy here? Rumpus, down. Sit down, Rumpus.
No, I'm happy to chat. I don't want to monopolise the thing. I only get agitated and start getting interrupted.
I'm just a contrite little girl when my friends are around. Don't worry about me. I'll just go on mute.
Paige is on form, isn't she?
She is. Love it.
I thought I was being invited, Paige, by Bev actually to explain this thing. Actually, he invited me to speak. Actually. So anyway, the point is there are 5 postulates. I explained this to you about a year and a half ago. You were amazed by this concept. I had to explain to you what it was. You didn't know about the parallel postulate. It's called the parallel postulate because the converse of that 5th postulate is what he described, what Euclid described, but we prefer to refer to it as a parallel postulate, as it's the converse of what's described in that postulate, and then makes it clear what's going on. And that is the 2 parallel lines do not meet, but they do meet.
That's not what the converse of that statement is, though, is it?
Yes, it is. You don't understand the converse of it then. He says that 2 lines will meet at an angle unless they're perpendicular to one another, in effect, and when they're or parallel to one another. And that's all he's saying. And the fact you have such a problem understanding that is indictment of your low IQ. But anyway, the point is that in a non-Euclidean space, so for instance, if you draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere,
in non-Euclidean space,
as Brian Leakey did, then you end up with triangles with angles greater than 180 degrees, and also parallel lines meet and cross.
Where do we get non-Euclidean space from?
Yeah.
Draw a line, a straight line, the equivalent of a straight line on the surface of a sphere, and they will cross.
No, that's Euclidean.
No, not on a sphere. No.
Yes, on a sphere.
No, that's
in reality. Where do we get non-Euclidean space?
You get it on the surface of a sphere.
No, Rumpus.
Yes, Rumpus.
No, Rumpus.
Geometry.
Yes, Rumpus. The surface of a sphere is non-Euclidean.
No, the sphere, in reality, is Euclidean, Rumpus.
Yeah, but no, not the surface. The surface of a sphere. If you draw, you restrict yourself.
Everything in reality is Euclidean.
You won't let me make the point. On the surface of a sphere,
you're just talking about a Euclidean shape.
You don't understand because you're a moron, and I'm having to explain, and I'm straining your brain. I appreciate that. So here we go. Let's try it again. You can do it yourself, Kawasaki. Get a globe, get a ball, draw 2 parallel lines. Jesus, you can't stop interrupting, can you? Get a ball, draw. You're doing it again. You won't let me make my point. Let me make my point. It's only going to take 5 seconds, and then you can come back at me. Yeah, it's because you're interrupting. I'm only got 5 seconds, and then you can come back at me. Just draw 2 lines on the surface of a sphere, and they will cross.
Calm down, Rumpus.
Contradiction
Rumpus, calm
to the
down.
5th postulate.
Rumpus,
Jesus
please calm down.
But this wanker keeps on
I don't want to
me,
have to mute you,
Rumpus.
Rumpus.
I only need 5 seconds to make that point,
Rumpus.
and this wanker kept on deliberately interrupting me.
Okay.
Rumpus, Why do you go to that level of speaking to people like that?
He's going to go deafen now. I'm not.
But you fucking interrupted him.
I'm not dealing with that.
Oh, shit.
Because if he's talking to me like that, I will interrupt anybody like that. You don't call
He's
me a wanker.
speaking, and you interrupted him.
Because he's talking out of his arse.
No, he's not. You wait until he's finished his point, and then you respond.
No, if he's talking out of his arse, he's got to be challenged.
Well, you're talking out your ass right now, so I've interrupted, right? You're talking out your ass. Everything that you say comes out of your ass. I'm just going to keep talking because you're talking out your ass. Let him finish his point.
Rumpus isn't speaking again.
No, you're talking out your ass. Stop talking out your ass. I'm just going to fucking interrupt you, right?
Rumpus, are you
Stop talking out
taking
your ass,
over
Bev.
from
Stop
Rumpus?
talking out your ass, Bev. Bev, you're just talking out your ass.
What are you talking about, Ruhif? There's another one. What are you like tonight? I'm sorry, people. I mean, we have a better place than normal than these two people are used to, obviously. It's a bad show.
Triggered. They're triggered.
I know. I mean, give them a minute to calm down. Let's see whether they can.
Maybe I also should shut up because I lost the model game against Bev.
Don't be taking their behaviour as normal, because it's not.
But they are smarter than me, so I usually stay quiet when the big guys.
Do you think that's how smart people talk?
Yes, I actually do.
Wow. Well, I'm quite happy to stay down here with the not smart people, right? If that's how smart people behave, I'm not too fussed wanting to deal with that. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a conversation with a few people of intellectuals, maybe going to a few universities, having a word with those and how they deal with this mathematical. Seems to be a problem for a certain group of people.
Very big.
But okay, Bev, I have a personal question for you. You don't have to answer it if you don't like to. It's from Friday when I have checked into it later on. You told me that you could not measure angles more than 60 degrees with the sextant.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Have you looked into it?
Yes.
Right.
I read on it on Google.
Yeah. Have you seen on the side of a sextant it has 120 degrees?
Yeah.
Do you know how? Have you looked into it?
Because you have a mirror, so the angle will be get doubled with the mirror. So
that's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you concede that you can measure angles greater than 60 degrees.
What, behind your head, though, right?
90 degrees is straight up.
Yeah, but it's not a tool for measuring a zenith, is it? A sextant.
Yeah, you could. Because otherwise...
You think you could? I don't think you can.
If you couldn't measure more than 60 degrees, a sextant will be of new use if you're north of the 60 degrees latitude.
You can measure angles with it.
Because the angle to the Polaris will be greater than 60 degrees then.
You can measure angles anywhere, can't you?
Because but the sailors north of the 60 degrees latitude will be lost and cannot use the sextant because it cannot measure angles above 60 degrees. Or?
Oh, how about this one? My geometric model dictates I can measure angles with a sextant. No,
I want you to answer that question.
He is.
Can a sextant measure more than 60 degrees?
Yeah.
Okay.
My geometric model dictates I can measure angles with a sextant.
Yeah.
That's my geometric model dictates
that. That's the only thing I wanted to hear.
Because that's Euclidean geometric model.
But you said to me this Friday that it couldn't, so I was...
A sextant is...
it up and you were wrong.
It's a sixth, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You were wrong. It's the first time I heard that you was wrong.
Wrong. What, that a sextant is a
That's
sixth
good.
of a circle?
It's a good thing to state that you are wrong. You should always be able to say that you're wrong.
Yeah. It's
On your model.
I state that all the time because I'm mostly wrong.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm right.
But how about if I've got a sextant here and I can see that on the side of it it's got 120?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know nothing
how about that?
sextants.
But you do now. You do now, don't you? You know now that a sextant, although it's only a sixth of a circle, because the addition of a mirror doubles that angle, doesn't it? Makes it twice. I hope everybody's learning. It's good, isn't it? That's what we do here. We have some really weird techniques of getting people to actually do it, because sometimes when you say something outright, people just go contrary to what you say, just because. Like if you say a straight line isn't a circle, they'll say, whoa, it is if I call it great.
Okay. But on Friday, I had some Swedish firewater, so I was maybe not that smart. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you still remembered to go and check for yourself, and now you've found out something that you didn't know beforehand.
Yeah.
And how many other people do you imagine that have also looked into it? Blue's got, like, how many video? I have not watched it, but I'm presuming there's a lot of people that have watched that video, and they've obviously, I don't know whether they would have looked into anything or whether Blue just brought Gladys out. I've not got a clue.
But now
it would be handy.
No longer...
Yeah, it would be handy for people to now know that the sextant can measure an angle. And once you have that angle, you can do fuck all with it. Right? So that's what everybody now knows.
You cannot do anything with an angle. That you have learned me. You can do fuck all with an angle. Doesn't that... is that not correct anymore?
It's good, that.
Did we lose Bev? Or...
I'm making a brew for the missus.
No.
Yeah. That's what we know now. We've got a device that measures angles. And then once we have that angle, there's not much you can do with it, really, is there? I mean, I don't know anything you can do with it.
You can define on what latitude you are. If you have the angle to the Polaris, you know exactly what latitude you are.
Wow. And how do you think you know that? Because it's an angle to a light in the sky.
Yeah.
Huh. So you could almost say that latitude is just you measuring an angle to a light in the sky.
Yeah, you could say that. Yes.
On a curved surface?
No, it's just an
On a
angle.
curve.
It's just an angle, right?
Yeah, just an angle.
Just an angle to a light in the sky.
Yep.
So my model dictates, Genesis. What did you just learn?
Well, I'll do that one quick. Get that one in quick. You should get it in. First one. Boom.
Your model.
My geometric model dictates that I can measure an angle to a light in the sky and call it latitude. Boom, got there first.
Genesis, see how you're getting contradicted in this in your statements when you're applying things to a model that you're just contriving. You're contriving your model, right?
Interesting. Tell me more.
So you're saying 120 degrees, right, of an angle, but your model dictates this, right?
120 degrees. What?
Yeah, you're deriving an angle, right, from a sextant, 120 degrees. So, or was it 60 degrees?
No, sextant can measure up to 120 degrees. Yes.
Yeah. So your model dictates that, right?
No, that's the specified of the instrument that it can measure up to 120 degrees.
Yeah, I know, it can do that.
Sextant is just a tool, you know.
But when you're deriving your longitude, I think it was, and your latitude, and you can get that angle. You know, you're saying then you can I find out where I am, right?
Yeah,
but what
just latitude. You don't know where you're in longitude. You don't know.
Yeah, your latitude.
That was the problem in the before when they used the sextant to navigate, because they didn't know the longitude. But when the clock came in, I think it was in the 1700 or something, they constructed a clock that worked on a ship. It was hanged up in something, so it worked all the time. So if you have the time, then you can decide what your longitude are.
Yeah,
but
so
the latitude is easy.
Latitude and time, right? That you need.
Use time, yes.
Yeah. You do know that the others say that's wrong, right? Like blue.
Okay, I'm wrong. Oh, interesting. Teach me how it works.
Well, that's what blue says.
Blue say I'm wrong.
Yeah. He doesn't think that time is needed, or that definition of time. You're
no, not in the definition of what the longitudes are. You have the 0 degrees goes through Greenwich in London, and then you have degrees around the world. But to decide on what longitude you are, you need the time.
You need to know where you're at, basically. So you're deriving a point.
You need the time.
You need to know where around the area you're at.
Polaris, yeah.
Yeah, you need to know about where you're at, so you can derive that latitude point.
Yeah, you can take the angle to the sun, for instance, and you know what? Just at noon, it's in zenith.
So basically, if you were put down somewhere, you had no idea where you're at. Do you think you can derive some sort of latitude from that, or?
Yeah, if you use several stars, you can do 3 different stars. You can decide exactly what point you are on the Earth. Yes.
Wow, 3 different
without using time.
Wow, 3 different angles.
Yep.
Wow.
Maybe you are learning something today also.
Well, go on. Tell us the next procedure. We've got 3 angles. What do we do then?
Yeah, and then you have this book. They call it a calendar that states where the GP is for all the stars, and that's the point exactly over the Earth.
A GP for a star.
Yeah.
What?
It's a ground. I think it's for the ground point.
What? Sorry.
Yeah.
The ground point for a light in the sky.
Yeah.
You put the light in the sky on the ground.
Yeah, but that
really
depends on time, so you probably need the time also.
You've got a book.
Yeah.
With the positions of where the lights in the sky are on the ground.
Yes.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Is this new to you?
Yeah.
You have never heard of this?
No.
Fantastic.
Have you ever done this?
No, I haven't been close to it.
Okay, so let's say we've got an angle, right?
But you could ask.
You have to know the star as well.
You can ask, for instance, Bob, the science guy. He knows everything about this.
Bob.
You can ask him all the details.
Wow, that's cool.
I think
Bob doesn't know what a straight line is, though. Have you heard?
Details.
Did you hear that? Ruhif's only got 5 minutes left.
You can ask Rampus also. I think he knows it also.
Is it worth letting Ruhif off? He's only got 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Can we deal with the insults? Right, try not to be nasty, Ruhif, please. There you go.
Thank you, Bev. I love you. You're the best.
Okay.
Help me out, Ruhif. Was I wrong or?
With the celestial navigation, what was the... Well, first of all, don't ever take for granted what they say about blue says about you. They're terrible at understanding what people say.
Okay.
So if someone says, oh, blue said this about you, you have to provide evidence of that, like an actual screenshot or a video clip or whatever. Anyway.
That's what he said.
Celestial navigation. Well, that's what you said he said. Okay? That's what you said.
It's very provable. It's on a video.
Then please get the evidence. Okay, get the evidence then.
So
okay.
you're not going to need to provide any evidence of what you're going to say right now, are you?
Oh, if required.
Yeah. Should you go on mute while we go get that evidence, or you want to carry on with your non-backed evidence?
Yeah, I've got 4 minutes.
Yeah. Look, obviously I'm not going to do it in 4 minutes, but if I say I have evidence for this, I will then go and get it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you're teaching us about this measuring an angle with a sextant.
Yeah.
Do you ever use an angle above your head? Because that's what I was saying. You use within the magic book of where all of the lights are on the ground. Do you ever have an angle of above 90 degrees? I mean, do they exist within the book? Because I imagine that expands the scope. Do you have angles to lights above 90 degrees in the book?
No, you do not.
Okay, so above 90 degrees is not needed for the sextant to be able to measure 120 degrees, right? So you never need to measure a light behind the back of your head, right?
All right, I understand that you've never heard the sextant argument before, right? Sextants are not only used to measure angles to stars, they can also be used horizontally.
Yeah, azimuthal. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can measure angle. I've been saying that all the time. Right. It's a tool for measuring angles.
Yes.
Yes. It's fantastic, that, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. And your catchphrase is, you can't do fuck all with an angle, correct?
You can do fuck all with an angle. We like to be positive around here.
Can do fuck all?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can you achieve something useful with an angle, I think is probably the
question
then. Do you think you can do something useful with that angle?
Geometrically, you've just got an angle.
Okay, but do you think that angle is of any use? Can you do something with it?
On its own? No.
Well, if you take three of them.
Just an angle.
If you take...
Well, then you have three separate single angles, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do something useful with them?
Well, individually, no.
No.
But if they're part of the same triangle, then yeah.
It's a very simple question,
Bev.
I can see you trying to deflect it.
Are they?
Right. If I take three angles to stars, can I do something useful in the real world?
Can you? I don't know. You tell me. I'd say no.
Yes. I would say yes. You can figure out where you are.
What? With three separate angles of...
Yes. That's literally what celestial navigation is.
Oh, God. Can we put him in a rowboat and just blindfold him and see if he can do that? I would pay money to watch that.
Yeah. Yes. If
I would pay money too.
Sextant and the
I'm in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll blindfold you, Ruhif. We'll put you in the middle of the Atlantic somewhere. We'll give you the magic book and everything and see if you can make it back home.
But
I guarantee you, I'll tell you where I was.
Don't tell me it's in the Atlantic.
But Ruhif, I'm interested.
Tell you.
Do you need the time also for this?
Do the time, yes. Yeah.
Ah.
Time
I need to know GMT somehow.
I mean, that's still not going to help you out, right? Because the initial statement was you can do fuck all with an angle. You've gone, well, give me a book and a watch and maybe a compass and a boat.
No.
And my last known position. Don't forget about that when you're using a sextant. You deceiving.
Don't tell him that.
Don't
tell him that. I want
to
know.
These are things you have to use a sextant. He's not talking anything about them.
If you're gonna disallow me my last known position, then I'm gonna take Google Earth, right?
Take Google Earth.
Jesus, man.
I thought we had a rule that we aren't allowed to interrupt people when they're trying to make a point.
Oh,
is that the rule or not?
Jesus.
Is that the rule?
Ruhiv, I'll put in the first 500 on your expedition. Send me a PO box and I'll send you 500. I'll be the first to donate 500.
I'll donate whatever else he donates. I'll match it.
Okay,
there
minimum
it is.
50
That's
grand US.
$1,000 right there coming at you.
It's a nice rowboat you got. Well, you got to get a sextant first to use it for the first time in your life, right? You've never used one.
I don't need to use a sextant. No, I've got a theodolite and a fucking Altaz. I have a theodolite and I'm answering your question, Dave, right? When you ask a question, that means you go quiet and then I answer your question.
Repeat my question first. Repeat my question first.
Have you ever used a sextant? I'm answering your question. Okay?
Fair.
Okay. I have a theodolite. I also have an Altaz telescope, right? I don't need a sextant. I already have angle measuring devices.
Well, what's the answer? You've never used a sextant.
The answer is no, I don't need one. I've got angle measuring devices.
No, the answer would be no, I don't need one. I've never used one, and I'm probably never will use one.
Yeah, because I've got angle measuring devices.
You're going to bring a theodolite and whatever else with you, along with Google Earth to navigate?
No, if you put me, you've asked me a question again, Dave, I'm going to answer you, okay? I'm going to answer you. All right?
Dave didn't ask any question here. There is no Dave here.
You asked me, Dave, if I'm taking a theodolite and a telescope. You did.
No, I'm Rakia.
Sorry.
I'm
Rakia. My apologies.
Yeah, can you read?
My apologies.
I'm actually driving, Hey, Ruhiv, it's the light that lights up when I'm speaking that says Rakia. That's who asked you the question.
Yes, and I'm driving. I'm driving. I'm happy to call you Rakia. Happy to call you Rakia.
Good.
You asked me, am I taking... You asked me if I'm taking a theodolite and a fucking Altaz telescope on the boat. Of course I'm not. Right? Because I can't establish a good plumb bob on a boat, which is why I would need a sextant. But if you are putting me somewhere where I cannot dead reckon from, then I'm going to need something that I can actually draw.
Dead reckon?
And I'm going to need something that I can actually draw a circle of equal altitude on.
That's a nice little word trick,
how it works in reality.
Notice that, dead reckon.
Yeah.
Ruhith, what was the question? What was the original question?
The question was, am I taking a theodolite or telescope on the boat?
The original question.
On about in the middle of the sea, can you actually navigate for the middle of the sea?
Back
it
to your
depends
home port.
If I can dead reckon from some other position.
Dead reckon.
So you need...
listen.
So originally you said you needed 3 angles.
Listen to what he's saying as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The way celestial navigation actually works in reality.
Hold on.
Is that they haven't?
From the monologue.
I haven't finished.
His time's up. How long? It's got to have been over 5 minutes by now.
Yeah, I'm at home, so I'm just waiting to finish this.
Yeah, well, you're on about me.
It's very important to know that it's not
you're interrupting everybody else.
Angles. You need a skateboard also, I think.
With a sail, a surfboard. Make it a surfboard.
Yeah, surfboard. Okay, a surfboard is okay. A surfboard and 3 angles. That's
Angle Earth.
You know,
I like.
ask your question. Ask your last question.
Right. So,
is there a final question?
The question is, we place you in the middle of the Atlantic. That's the original question. We give you your sextant. We give you your magic book. Can you make it back to Brisbane, wherever you started from, without Coast Guard assistance?
Right, and that depends on whether I'm allowed to dead reckon from some last known position, right?
Tell them what dead reckoning is, Ruby,
You have 3 stars and 3 angles.
Of my answer. I'm in the middle of my answer. Okay?
Sorry.
I'm in the middle of my answer. Right. It depends on whether I'm allowed to dead reckon from some last known position. Because the process.
I told you he needed last known.
That's what dead reckoning means.
If you listen to me, Rakia.
Oh, I listen to every word you say.
Okay, good.
So
Now,
you need more than just 3 angles to lights in the sky, right?
If I had no idea
that's what
on Earth where I would, Dave, you're interrupting. Sorry, Rakia, you're interrupting again. Okay, halfway through an explanation.
Well,
if I have no idea,
and a Google Earth, and
if I have no idea where I am on Earth, if I could be anywhere, then I need to draw actual circles of equal altitude on a globe. All right?
Wrong.
Give him a globe too in the road.
So we'll give you a globe. You can have a globe with you.
Okay. Okay. If I have a globe,
what's a circle of equal altitude?
Yeah.
If I have a globe, you can put me anywhere, and I'll tell you where I am. Okay.
I'll pay the first 500.
Oh man, so
as if 500 is going to cover it.
You do realise?
Do a crowdfunding. We'll do a crowdfunding.
Just make a list of everything you need besides the 3 angles to lights in the sky. Just make a list. We got the 3 angles to the stars in the sky. We got that. Make a list of everything below that. That's number 1. Go 2 through whatever 20.
Yep.
You're at about 15 right now.
I'll get it out shortly, right?
Globe.
I'll get it out shortly, or I won't. Or I just
known position.
That's the other
How
possibility.
much you reckon it'll cost, this thing? How much you reckon?
Daytime.
To cost? What do you mean? To figure out where I am?
Put you in the middle of the ocean, and we'll have to protect you, of course. Have Coast Guard standing by, and
Can there be clouds in the sky?
I haven't
Does it have
finished
to be
the
nighttime?
previous question.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Right. So if I have some idea where I am, right, then I don't need a globe. I just need some maps.
You have no idea. How many times do we have to tell you? I
maps.
blindfolded you.
Of course I need a map.
Maps now.
Yeah, Google Maps.
And a compass.
No,
Make sure he has a
I need maps like of small areas, somewhere
Locate
where
me.
I am, somewhere that a map would approximate flat.
Local. You mean like a chart? See,
Yeah.
they're called
Local
charts when you're out there, Ruhif.
Okay, thanks.
You're charting.
Thanks for that. Okay, thanks. Was that worth it? Ricky?
Well, you better add a life jacket to that list, buddy. You're gonna need it.
Merriam-Webster, Ruhif, has a horizontal condition having an even altitude.
Bev, I don't care what the dictionary say. You
You
surely
said
understand
3
that by now.
circles of equal. Is
Equal
that the
altitude.
same as even?
In some context, in some semantics,
So
yes,
that
Bev.
would be
In some
horizontal
context.
then. It'd be a horizontal condition.
I'm sure in
Those
some context, Bev. If we are going to have a semantic bullshit conversation,
I was just wondering because you said
I'm
the
serious.
globe model. It's very
How much
similar.
would it cost to charter a boat? Rakia should know. For, let's say, 2 weeks. Fully
where I
with
am, right?
food and everything. How much would it cost?
Robot?
I don't care. It depends. My only
Well,
claim
like
here is I can tell you
5,000.
where I am.
5,000? Okay, I'm sure we can raise 5,000.
Yeah, you can get a sailboat for that. And someone with knowledge of sailing to help Ruhif out along his way.
My only claim is that I
we're
can
not
figure
going to
out
give
where I
him
am.
help.
The end.
Rakia, come on.
No, when he needs to get back to land.
Oh, yeah, when he needs to get back, yeah.
Yeah, I'll hire a helicopter.
Yeah, we'll have a standby, rescue. But I'm
Sure.
saying $5,000 is
Sure.
doable.
How's the helicopter going to land on the sailboat?
It doesn't have to
Roy,
worry.
Roy,
They can get him off
massive
there.
yacht.
He can climb.
We're hiring a massive Russian yacht for this, by the way.
He's bringing a rope.
Factor that into your calculations. Anyway, I'm home. My claim is I can figure out where I am.
Nice
Enjoy
try.
the night, Ruhif.
Good night,
Thanks for coming by, man. You were a good sport.
Cheers, mate.
Model
Thank you,
Afflicted
Clip.
Monday. Ruhiv. Give it up for Ruhiv, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Don't forget to tip your waitresses.
Russian jobs are going to be pretty cheap about now, aren't they?
A booking agent's doing really well tonight. Genesis, what do you reckon for that? I mean, give him marks out of 10 for how well he sold his model.
And let me just recap. He first said he only needed 3 angles to light in the sky.
8 or something, yeah.
An 8?
At least some of the smart guys came and helped me out this time.
That shit's funny, man. You got to give it up for Ruhiv. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
He could do stand-up comedy with this sextant thing.
He came in arguing about the one an angle you can do fuck all
missed
with.
that. Where was he wrong?
Well,
he was pretty much wrong the whole step.
He said one.
Yeah, please enlighten me. Where was he wrong?
Went from 1 to 3. Right, and then he added a clock and a compass, and I think he mentioned Google Earth.
A globe.
Then circles, so he's obviously getting a compass and a map to draw the fucking things on, and his position that he had to start off with.
Last known.
Yeah, last known position.
Last known.
I want to hear Rakia tell me where he was wrong also.
Give me a general direction of where I should.
Last known was the best one.
That's why I said he was deceiving people. I said, you don't think you would need to know your last known position, Ruhiv? Oh, no, just 3 angles to the sky. Oh, what are y'all talking about, guys? Sextants and how you can navigate with them on open ocean? Oh, yeah, I'm there. Have you ever done it? No, I haven't done it. I mean, you just need 3 lights in the sky, gentlemen. And, boom, bang, it'll take you right to the, whatever they call that thing that goes in the land. The inlet thing. Y'all,
I mean, maybe I need a map. Maybe I need a map. It's called a chart room. Oh, yeah, chart.
Make it a globe, please. Can I have a globe?
This is just silly. It seems that no one of you have any clue.
I'll tell you what,
Genesis said that Ruhiv was totally wrong.
Genesis, you get on a boat where the captain says, I'm going to use maps to navigate. You better start swimming towards the nearest shore, son, because you ain't going to make it.
Get off that boat.
No.
Genesis, Rakia is a captain, right?
I know he's a surveyor, yeah? He's
a captain, a boat.
Okay.
He owns a boat. He is a captain.
Yeah.
As am I.
When was the last time you rowed your boat?
And he thinks the Earth is flat. No, maybe I'm okay. He's.
So you're like me. You don't have a boat.
He doesn't have a model at all. Yeah.
So you're like me. You don't have a boat, Genesis.
No. Do you have a model? Do you have a model?
Negative.
No model.
I'm model free. I must say, yeah.
Okay. So
we're willing to play.
You don't know if water is wet.
Play the geometric model game. Can we play the geometric model game again, Bev?
The geometric model game. I lost that one.
My geometric model dictates. I think it's a brilliant game, isn't it?
And then I was out.
You have to be brave to play that game.
Oh, and Genesis, one more thing. If you step on a boat with a guy who says he's going to navigate for you and he brings an auto level, get off of that boat, too. You don't take angles with an auto level, just so you know.
But can you not take the angle to a star with an auto level?
No.
Okay. It doesn't measure angles. It just measures level, or?
It's just a portion of a turn, isn't it?
Okay.
You know what a theodolite does, Genesis?
How about the theodolite? Yes, that's called.
That's
one measures angels. So
yeah.
Okay. But that one you could use on a boat to measure the angle to
No, it's way too choppy.
Okay.
Definitely not.
How would I know? I don't even have a boat. Maybe we should say this is a night. You had all your mouthful of a model affliction here from me. So you should be satisfied. All you who has no models.
Well, this was a successful night. A lot of people came in. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, Rumpus is still there, and I don't know if you've noticed, he hasn't gone deafened. There must be something wrong. There's definitely something going on. Rumpus has been muted and he hasn't gone deafened. Look at that, everybody.
No.
But why is his symbol red?
It's not anymore.
No, he's back.
Rumpus is slowly integrating into society. Nice.
I'm very integrated.
There he is. There he is.
Okay. Welcome back, Rumpus.
Rumpus, I have a task for you. I know you're good at this. Let's say I have 1,000 miles, right? I have 1,000-mile cord line that's cutting through the ball. And then I want to figure out the distance that I have around the arc of that section, right? Is that saying it right? The curve part?
Yeah.
Can you figure out? Yeah, can you figure out how long that would be?
Yeah.
All right, if you would, just on your own time.
Okay, I'll give a little fishing job for you then at some other time. But I know I can. That shouldn't be too difficult.
No problem.
So, but while I'm doing that, Bev perhaps can relay to Genesis what he said last Friday when he said a sextant can only measure 60 degrees. Notice when Genesis put that to Bev, he deflected and he didn't admit that he was completely wrong, because Bev is a compulsive deflector and deceiver. He's not honest enough to say to Genesis, sorry, got that wrong. Sextants can measure more than 60 degrees. Instead, he deflects, and deceives. And that's why Bev is a contemptible human being.
But Bev actually said that he was wrong.
Is that why you came back?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't say he was wrong. No, he dodged around the issue. You asked him several times, and he did not admit. Okay. He did not go back on what he said last Friday, which was that sextants can only measure 60. He didn't know that the angle was doubled, and hasn't admitted to that, and he hasn't admitted to the fact that sextants can measure more than 60 degrees.
It says on the side of my sextant.
You said last Friday that it cannot measure.
Rumpus, Bev was talking.
It says on the side 120, Rumpus.
So why don't you therefore admit that you were wrong last Friday to claim that it could only measure 60 degrees? Just admit it, Bev. For once in your life, be honest and admit you got it completely wrong.
Rumpus, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's been trying to deceive. This is what gets me.
I'm not trying to deceive anybody, Rumpus.
You are. You said last Friday that it could only measure 60 degrees, and you're now admitting it can do more.
Genesis has learned that a sextant.
See, you're deflecting again. See, guys, this is what is so annoying. This is why Bev is disliked so much. He's not
I'm
going
disliked.
To
Who am I disliked by, Rumpus?
Was wrong.
Rumpus, I'm fixing to mute you again.
Yeah, but he's trying.
Rumpus, you've done nothing but insult and Rumpus. No, Bev, it's weird.
I server muted him because he was talking over everybody and he wouldn't let anybody answer.
Yeah, it's a shame we got to do that because his input, can be used, whatever. That's fine, but he can't just come in here and do that. So let's move on. I haven't laughed that out loud in a long time in what Ruhif was just doing and saying.
He made his point, so therefore, fair play to him. He's made his point. Please let somebody answer it, and then he can respond to that.
We've already been over it. He's just going over the same thing that we've already been over.
Yeah.
But everybody now knows that a sextant can measure an angle of 120 degrees, although it's only a sixth of a circle. That's because there is a mirror introduced which doubles the angle.
Yeah, so why don't you admit you were wrong about what you said on Friday?
I second Rumpus. I would love to hear Bev say, I was wrong, I know better now.
Yeah, that would make a big improvement. That'd be the first time Bev was strictly honest about something like this.
Yeah, if
He
that's the
tries
way
to
you're going to
deceive
ask
every
it,
time.
Come off it, Rumpus. Yeah.
If that's the way you're going to ask, that would be the first time he's been on. Rumpus.
No, he does this all the time, though.
You're intelligent enough. See, we pick up on everything you say now. We don't need you, Rumpus. But if you want to come here and enjoy yourself, right? If you want to come here and go through things, that's fine. But don't use all those condescending, sly remarks. It's not needed.
It's nothing sly. I'm very honest.
If you're going to press
the
issue, then you're not going to be welcome here.
Right, but do you want to associate yourself with someone who can't be honest, Rakia?
Don't worry about me. Worry about Rumpus, and we'll get along.
It worries me that you are prepared to accept this
sort
of
behavior.
behavior.
Don't worry about me, Rumpus.
Well, it reflects badly on you as well.
Is it so bad for you, Rumpus?
Well, it's just it's another example. You do this all the time, and it's just a particular example, the most recent example of this sort of behavior of yours, where you try and deceive. You're a compulsive deceiver.
You say you've never been wrong. You're the one who says you're right about everything. You're a pretentious prick when it comes to that.
But
why are you pressing Bev on? Why are you pressing? What gives you the right to press anyone in the fact that they may have been or may have not have been wrong about something? You're not the person.
I'm not objecting to him being wrong. I'm objecting.
Would you like to
not
teach us something,
Genesis.
Rumpus? Would you like to tell us something about your model affliction? It is model affliction Monday, not afflict your thoughts on the Bev.
Well, it was just a Genesis.
I'm
not
doing the calculations.
I did try and explain about the fifth postulate, and then I was muted.
Okay, so fine. Did you come up with the distance? That would be cool.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll get back.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that and get back to you.
All right,
there you go.
Thanks, man.
And that's how you end.
And
then I would like to hear his objection, what he finds wrong with the fifth. I'm really curious to know.
And can I once again point out the fact that now everybody has understood that there's a doubling of the angle with the mirror. We also get people to understand that they don't actually use the angle above the back of your head, because the magic book doesn't have any numbers or anything relating to anything behind you.
I think that was your point, right?
Yeah, that's definitely the point.
Yep.
But everybody now understands that too. So we're all learning. That was the point that we were learning about, is the fact that angles are measured by an angle measuring device. That the use of mirrors doubles the angle, as in a periscope would show you that. Angle at 45 degrees makes the 90-degree sight thing. So, I mean, that's pretty obvious when you do that. And the fact that the magic book, which I've never actually seen anybody do, and like we're on to learning more about it, that in turn has led on to the conversation that you can do fuck all with an angle, which is the statement we make. And I think that's great. It should be the normal reply to anybody with the sextant argument. We did advise it quite a while ago. Yeah, the power of that particular one argument.
Well, you've seen Ruhif. He started off with one angle. Then he went to 3 angles. Then the magic book. Then he wanted a globe.
He was drawing circles, so he had a map.
He needed a map. Yeah. Then Rakia reminded him that you need your starting position.
Yeah, he mentioned dead reckoning, which means your last known position.
Yep. So how many things is that?
You might be.
Yeah.
But Bev, is it impossible for you to say I was wrong? Have you ever said that?
You were wrong, were you?
I'm wrong for the most. But this is about you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever said that you was wrong?
It's all about people learning. I've found. I particularly found, and we have to find different ways to engage in conversations. We've noticed quite a lot. It gets very, very hard.
You're really good at ducking that one, yes?
Well, I'm just trying to keep the conversation going because I know that further down the line there is more conversations that people want to have about this particular argument. Like the sextant measuring an angle is a brilliant conversation.
Essie, have you ever been wrong?
All the time. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like me. We are all wrong all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But Bev is never wrong.
Why?
You never said that.
He's never said that.
He never said that he was wrong.
Why should he?
For what?
That's normal to say if you were wrong. If you are sincere.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say you're wrong.
I'm always wrong about many different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy to say I was wrong, but I know better now.
Well, he just explained it, though.
He just told you he was wrong about very many things.
No, he never said that.
He just did.
He literally just...
How many waters have you had so far?
They have selective hearing. Don't worry about it. They only find the arguments that they want to have.
Maybe I missed it. I have to listen through this afterwards.
Were you hurt about not knowing about the sextant and having to go and look at it? Did that upset you that you had to go and find that out for yourself?
I used to do that every time I hear something that I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I try to find out how it works.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that all the time.
Do you think you will try and find out how the triangle axiom works at the end of today? Or do you think you will be...
I think I understand that, yes.
Oh, okay. You're not going to come back next week all upset that maybe somebody might have said something that you didn't quite agree with.
Yeah.
And you've misinterpreted what they said as something that they didn't actually say.
The only thing I think I disagree about your naming there, maybe. You call it the triangle axiom, and there are other names for it. So
yeah, you can use it how you can call it whatever you want if you explain to people what it actually is. That's the point about it, right?
Yeah.
So we get people to understand what it actually is.
Yeah.
That's got to be good for people's learning. Because like we said at the beginning, not many people have ever heard of Euclidean. I know I hadn't. I know a lot of people talk about it now. But I mean, do they really know what it is? Or is it just a fancy name?
No.
I mean, it's just geometry, isn't it?
Yeah. And they really don't know if there was a person called Euclidean, if it was a group of people who wrote the books. They really don't know.
I'd say it wasn't a person.
No one knows.
Well, all that matters is the fact that the geometry is still provable in reality today.
Yes. No, not in reality.
Yeah, of course it is.
Now we're back again.
Mm-hmm.
All the mathematics is just thought out things that you have in your head. And then you can apply it to reality, and it seems to work.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot find mathematics in reality.
Yeah, that's where your proofs come from.
In reality.
That's where your proofs come from.
There are no straight lines in reality.
You can't prove things in your head, can you?
Sure you can.
What?
They're the only place where you can prove things. In reality, you cannot prove anything.
You have to have reality to think about things.
No. Mathematics is just made up stuff.
What are you looking at then? You're looking at things in your head only?
Yep.
No.
You can't form a basis of proofs on things that you hold within your head.
So
maybe you can. Maybe you can. I don't know. Interesting.
A person that is blind and deaf cannot do mathematics because they don't see the reality.
I wouldn't know. It's a bold claim
Genesis,
to make.
What is reality? Genesis, what is reality for you?
It's everything I see and hear. My senses see some things. But I couldn't be sure that the reality is exactly what I see.
So somebody that's blind and deaf cannot live in reality. Is that what you're saying?
You say that you need reality to do mathematics. And I say you don't need reality to do mathematics.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, who said that you need reality? I think it was...
Nobody said it.
Mike, maybe, yes. No.
Stuff
And I disagree.
Well, you need a model, and from that model, you're derived from reality.
Yeah, mathematics is a model. You use mathematics to describe your model.
You just use regular lines and angles and axioms.
Yeah.
Things that are self-evident that people can agree on.
Yeah.
Like a line is a line.
You can agree on
to describe
reality. And then you apply this to the reality. And
So you have to use that, that's not just derived in your head, is it? Like, you can't just think about it. If you had no concept of what a line was, would your mind know what a line was without looking at it?
Yes, I think so.
So
you can imagine that in your head, yes.
So a blind person, he had no idea of anything. He's deaf, mute, blind. He was born. He's like, however old. No one's told him anything. You think that would be in his head, a line? He'd know what a line is?
I think so.
I have an answer if Rakia wants it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's just get this absolutely straight. Let's make clear what you're asking. You're asking me if you have a chord of 1,000 miles, so that would be going through the Earth. You want to know what the arc length, the along the surface of the Earth distance would be. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right.
No,
so the distance
on a
is
sphere, not on the Earth. On the sphere.
Yeah, on the Earth, on the sphere. Yeah.
No, not Earth, sphere.
Yeah, on the sphere. Yeah. So the distance. So this is for a 1,000 mile chord line. So hopefully all know what a chord line is. I mean, just in case obviously Rakia knows. So that's just a line that is a straight line that joins 2 points on the surface of the sphere. And then Rakia wants to know what the arc length is. That's the curve following the surface of the sphere is. So we've got a 1,000 mile chord length, and the distance along the arc is 1,002 miles at 1,000 2.67 miles. So it's an extra 2.67 miles longer than the chord length.
Thank you, Rumpus.
My pleasure.
Horizontal chord line.
To do what I just did, I needed to know about trigonometry and things, which is not in Euclid. So to do anything useful, I'm afraid.
Horizontal chord line, tangent plane.
So now the interesting question is, what will Rakia use this value for?
Well, I think we can guess. He obviously wants to try and use this as some sort of attempt to disprove the globe Earth.
What?
Well, that's obviously the intention here.
A chord?
Please don't ever do that again, sir.
Well, I'm okay. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that's absolutely, but I'm speculating.
No, I'm fine with you speculating. Just don't do it about me ever again. Thanks.
I'm I'm allowed to speculate, I'm afraid. Well, okay. Why don't you tell us then? Explain why you want that.
Horizontal chord line,
to see if I can find the same answer.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, if it's just a geometric problem, then okay. So this was on the Earth. So this is a for the rate given the radius of the Earth. So you're interrupting me again. You just can't stop yourself, can you? You're so rude. You interrupt me, and that's why I call you names, because I got 3 words into something there, and you thought you were entitled to interrupt me systematically, as you do all the time. You systematically interrupt other people. I let you speak. I don't interrupt you and try and stop you from saying what you want to say. You do that to other people.
Calm down. Coming out.
That's so annoying.
Yeah,
people
you
complain
are.
that I'm getting
all right, Rumpus. All right. God, what?
He interrupts. He's like you. He got the habit
Rumpus,
of you.
Yeah,
You've
okay,
set the mode of
Rumpus.
operation of this panel, and he's copying you. He's copying your systematic interruption of people after
Rumpus.
3 or 4 words.
You're okay.
I know I'm okay, but you're not. You've set the behaviour. You've set what's normal in here, and Kawasaki is copying your behaviour.
Okay, Rumpus.
Good.
Rumpus,
Meanwhile,
when you misspeak, I will actually speak up. You keep on saying Earth. Nobody's mentioned Earth.
Yeah, I have. I'm allowed to.
Yeah, everybody knows we're talking about a chord. So we're talking about a part of a circle. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody knows Rumpus's model affliction. It is model affliction Monday. It gets confused between circles and Earth.
I'm not confused at all. You're confused about whether a sextant can measure an angle of 100 greater than 60 degrees, as you claimed on Friday. It didn't. It couldn't do anything more.
It's got 120 wrote on the side of it, Rumpus.
And so why don't you just say you're wrong then? Just say when you said
it's got 120 wrote on the side of it, Rumpus. How
why
stupid
don't you
do you think
that
I
you
am?
Were wrong when you said on Friday that it couldn't measure more than 60. Why don't you just say that?
Of course it can measure 120, Rumpus. It's got it wrote on
so
the
great. So when you said
it.
on Friday that it could only measure 60, you were wrong, weren't you?
We were talking about measuring angles behind the back of your head.
It is measuring an angle. You said a sextant could not measure an angle greater than 60 degrees, and you're wrong.
Are you back on this?
Yeah, he's
on
it. You know, he can't.
What's your point? Like, what's the end game here, Rumpus?
Well, the end game is to just expose them to make sure.
Okay, you've done that. I think you brought it up like 5 times. Expose. Move on. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
All right. Rumpus is exposing everything here.
Yeah. Nice.
Now, obviously, I don't have the problem because I'm always correct. I don't have to. I mean, I might be if I were in Bev's position where I was getting every single thing wrong, I would probably start be deceiving and deflecting.
God.
But as I don't have that problem, I don't have to worry about such things, which obviously is very convenient for
Your
me.
model's great, isn't it?
People would take you more seriously, Rumpus, if you didn't say stupid shit like that.
Well, if I was in the company of someone like Stephen Hawking, no doubt I'd
and that type of stuff too, like that statement right there.
And then I wouldn't assert things.
Why don't you want people to take you seriously? Like, I don't get it. You're just wasting your own time when you do things that make people think you're not serious.
But your opinion
will come around and say stupid stuff like that.
But you are not qualified to decide whether something's stupid or not. You're
things
too
like
stupid.
that.
But it's true. It's the elephant in the room.
Really? Then why are you here?
Well, I'm countering the drivel.
If you're so smart that we can't understand you,
Well, I suppose perhaps I'm a sucker for punishment.
That's dumb on your part, right? How smart are you?
Well, actually,
that's pretty stupid, Rumpus, to admit.
Well, it's not actually, because the subjects that come up.
You just admitted that I'm not smart enough to understand what you're saying. Your intellect.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. No, I think you are. I think you are, because I can explain things reasonably well. I think you are sufficiently intelligent to understand the things that I'm saying.
Well, I just
as is, I think, most people on here.
The contrary of that.
No, I may have said that you are.
You may take a mulligan on that one, yeah.
No, I may have said you're not as intelligent, but that doesn't mean to say I'm not as intelligent as Stephen Hawking or Sean Carroll or numerous other people. But they can say things to me that I can understand, and similarly, I can say things that you can understand.
Right, I understand. I mean, you know, you probably wouldn't understand the lingo that I use at my job or in the careers
that's a different issue. There's a difference between the lexicon.
Knowledge.
But I think I would pick it up pretty quickly.
You probably don't know what a keyway is, right?
A keyway.
Or slump. Yeah, or slump or
slump.
Yeah. Because it's in my field,
I know what a
right?
key is.
I know more.
I mean, you've got Americanisms in there, I suspect. I know what a key is.
No, keyway is pretty standard. Like an expansion joint. You know what an expansion joint would be. You're smart enough to figure that out.
I do know what an expansion joint is, yeah.
Right, but you wouldn't know what we were talking about if me and a colleague of mine were talking about things. You know, it would be hard for you to understand, and you would be kind of excluded. But we wouldn't tell you you're not smart enough to understand. We know you could learn it if I could tell you or teach you. So why don't you tell us and teach us in a way that we can learn? If you're so smart, right, then you would be able to do that.
Well, I can do that, but the thing is, if someone willfully doesn't wish,
try.
Well, see, you interrupted me there. You see, if someone willfully doesn't want to understand, like you and Bev, then you're not going to understand.
I thought you just said I was one of the ones that does understand her.
He's putting a willful ignorance onto you now as well. He's also giving you that. See, there you go.
You are capable of understanding it, but you choose not to. You willfully do not take on board the things said because you've got some religious delusion.
It's like a fortune teller as well.
I haven't mentioned anything about religion.
I know you haven't, but it's the underlying problem you've got that means you do not want to take on
as well.
Wow. You don't want to take on board the geometry of the Earth because for some reason...
What about his test? Rumpus, what about your test? How about that? Let's start on something new.
Model afflicted test.
What about it?
The drop that you're going to find. It is drop, right?
It is drop, correct.
Oh. In between that drop, like let's say you do find drop, would there be a hump midway?
Right, this is where there is a chord line and there is what, if you wish to call it, a hump. But you and particularly, I think SE Montreal has a particular issue here. They don't seem to think these things can coexist. And
what would you call it?
Well, I can show you a diagram where you seem to think the drop and the hump are the same thing.
What would you call it? What would you call that middle section that's higher than each end?
Well, you can call it the sagittor. You can call it a hump if you like.
You can. What do you call it?
Yeah, what would you call it?
I'd call it the sagittor is probably the most correct thing to call it.
Okay, so in your test, like you're at one end and the target's at the other end, you know, and you find a drop. There's going to be a midpoint where it's not as much drop.
Oh, I see. Bev has prevented.
You see the problem, right?
I was going to show you a diagram to demonstrate this, but Bev has obviously changed my role such that I can't show you a diagram. Presumably he's done this deliberately because he doesn't like
server owner. Rumpus.
So, I want to show you the one simple diagram. I can show you the drop and the sagittor in the same diagram. But Bev, because he knows that my diagrams are very powerful and he doesn't like to censor them, he's now prevented me from doing this. So I can't show you something. I could spend 5 minutes explaining it, and I could show you something you would understand in 30 seconds.
You're rambling.
Oh, you could cry about it for a bit.
Right,
Like,
so there you go.
yeah.
So
and go with
there
the
we
cry
go.
about
so,
it for
so
a bit, Rumpus.
So you've deliberately censored this because you know how effective this diagram would be to Rakia.
Yeah, I know. I think the comedy element of you crying about it was a bit more of a. We had the favour of that. We all decided we'd much rather hear Rumpus whinging and crying about it.
There you go, Rakia. So he censored me. There you go, Rakia.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. This is what happened. Okay, midweek, right? We were bored. And we made a little wager. And honestly, no one took the bet because what we did was we said, okay, we're going to change Rumpus's roles where he can't post all his diagrams, which we know you love, right? And they're effective. You're right. They're effective. Great job. And we tried to make a wager that if we took your roles away and you noticed it, that you would whine like a little bitch about it. And no one would take the bet the opposite way because we all knew you would.
Of course I would. Yes. Right, if I did it to you and you were trying to present things and you would complain as well.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I don't know.
What you're trying to do now is to justify.
He's always fixing everybody else's tech
you're
problems.
Trying to justify something that's not justifiable, and then you think, and then it's like beating someone up and then complaining they're moaning about it. That was ridiculous.
No, this was pretty much about you whining like a little bit.
Yeah. So there you go. So you've deprived me of the ability to explain things to you, and then I complain about it. And well, obviously I'm going to. I mean, what's a stupid?
We were having a conversation.
So if I punch you in the face. So if I were to punch you in the face and then you said, "Oh no, that hurt," and I'll say, "I bet if I punched Rakia in the face."
Hey, I didn't think it'd be this good, Rakia. Did you?
Like a girl. I punched him in the face. Oh, that was a really good test. I'm really glad I did that. That's really
so when we
good.
were in conversation a while ago, Rumpus.
So there you go.
We were going back and forth, and I never asked you for a diagram or anything.
I know.
I
know, but it explains it much more quickly than we can do verbally. Right, but the fact that you're frightened of my diagrams.
I can't see
the you're frightened of my diagrams says everything. You're supposedly interested in debate. You're supposedly interested in contributions, but you're censoring me. So
you don't want me to look at a diagram while I'm driving, do you? Maybe I'd get hurt.
So well done there. So that's what these guys. So see that panel and see that
you so
this guy
that
is
you want to
frightened
show me a diagram
of diagrams
where I have a
with which I could explain to Rakia in 30 seconds what the geometry is, but they're scared to see it. And we've seen it before that Bev censors these diagrams repeatedly. He keeps on kicking off just on that shared diagram, and he's scared of them. He's scared of the reality that he's faced with, and the only argument he's got is to censor. He's only got censors in response.
This is way better content than your pictures, Rumpus. But I mean, just put a picture of a circle up and talk about that while you're whinging. Has anyone got a picture of a circle to put up for Rumpus? Just to appease him. Get a quick one in there. He might calm down.
He was on a tear there.
Yeah.
No, I never asked for a diagram. I'm driving. I can't really look at it. But I was asking him to explain it to me, but he didn't want to do that.
You know, I missed that part. Was there a difference in the lengths? I missed that part. I had to go off.
Yeah, 1,000 miles and 1,002.6 miles or something like that. Like a real insignificant length.
Small amount, okay.
Yeah, so I hope everyone heard that. So, you're never plotting anything like, you're never using a sextant or whatever to plot your local position over 1,000 miles. And if you were, the total length would only be off 2.6 miles. But when you're doing it locally and you plot it down to whatever surface you're on, out of a mountain, top of the mountain, the slope, a hill, in a valley, on a curved surface, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be that much difference, right? That was my point. They think it really matters. I mean, it's incredible how they sell it, how it's so much difference, and then tell us how big the ball is that you can't tell it's not flat, right? And when you do it locally, it actually is flat.
Yeah, locally. At
that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope y'all hear the double speak. I mean, that's what we've been attuned to for about 2 years now, just pointing out the double speak. It's why we allow them to come here, so they will double speak and we can point it out. He thinks he's exposing us. He tries his best to, take up the time and, distract and be a time waster. But, that's not going to happen.
I have a question for Rakia, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, Genesis, I didn't hear you.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Okay. If you are on the latitude of 50 degrees and you measure the angle to Polaris to 40 degrees, how high over the North Pole is Polaris?
Oh, I have no idea.
I thought you'd like to calculate things like that.
Yeah, I might would. I mean, but I'm driving right now. I wouldn't even know right now.
Okay.
Why I would do that. I've never taken an angle measurement to a light in the sky, just to be honest with you. So I don't see the need in that. I've never had use for that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe Bev can answer that one.
Go on, tell us again.
You're on the latitude of 50 degrees.
North or
you're
south?
measuring the elevation angle to Polaris to 40 degrees.
What? So you're on latitude 50 and you're measuring an angle of 40?
Yep.
Okay.
So the question is, how high over the North Pole is Polaris?
You're just measuring an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know the traditional mantra.
Triangulation to.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
And you know the one angle, and you have a triangle there.
No, you've only got an angle, right? Do you understand?
You have the distance to the North Pole.
You have a uni angle, don't you?
But you have the distance to the North Pole also.
How do you have a distance? Where did you get that from?
You know, you are at the 50 degrees.
What do you mean?
So it's 40 degrees from North Pole to the south.
What? Say that again. You're measuring an angle. And what's that mean?
You have one angle in the triangle.
Yeah.
And you also, as you are at 50 degrees north, you know the distance to the North Pole.
I wouldn't know the distance to the North
the angle.
Pole.
Yeah, but you know the distance from the North Pole to the equator, for instance.
I haven't got a clue. No. How
No,
do you know that?
The angle, you don't know the distance.
So you don't know the distance?
I've not got a clue. No, I've never measured that.
How far is Polaris away?
Well, that's the question.
It's light in the sky.
Yeah.
So you think you can measure an angle and find how far the light in the sky is away?
Yeah, if you have an angle and the distance to the North Pole.
You don't have a distance. You don't have a distance to the North Pole, do you? And so you think you can calculate a distance to a light in the sky?
Yeah.
With an angle?
And a distance. Yeah. You have an angle and a distance to the North Pole.
How do you get the distance?
We have one side in the triangle.
How do you get the distance?
That you could get from any map.
What does the North Pole have to do with Polaris?
Because Polaris is straight ahead of the North Pole.
Really?
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Show me that.
I don't know that. I believe that because I taught
belief.
Wah, wah, wah.
There we go. Belief.
Sounds like a
belief geometry.
Okay. So you say that the Polaris is not above the North Pole?
I don't know. We can only go off what we do actually know, though, right?
You just said that you did know that it didn't was.
No, we said that you didn't know.
No, I believe it is.
Right. And we don't go things. We don't go on your faith. We're going on geometry and things that we can prove ourselves.
No,
never been to the North Pole. Never been to Polaris.
Yeah, but you can check that out also at the same time.
Can you?
Can you now?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Do we have to fund another expedition? I'm like, how much money have I spent on roofing?
Well,
now I got to get a dog sled.
Yeah.
Saragaki might be on his way over there to see how close he can get.
But maybe Ruif could get to the North Pole at the same time.
If you ask him, he's probably been there already.
Ruhif will have a shared belief with you that the light in the sky is above your head.
Probably because your professors or your preachers have taught you that. Sounds like a religion, like more so than most. A lot of beliefs in there.
They can take a light in the sky and bring it down to the ground. It comes down and it has a position on the ground.
My preacher have never said that to me.
Then who did you learn it from? Who taught you? Who taught you that the North Pole had a Polaris? I would assume you're saying it's 90 degrees.
I was taught that in school.
Yeah, your professor, your preacher.
Yep.
They professed they knew it to you.
Professor is a preacher.
You had faith in them.
Okay.
And voila, now you're pushing it on us.
Yeah.
Preach it, brother.
So the preachers in church, they are professors then?
They're definitely preaching. They're professing to know something on faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like what you're doing now.
Okay.
I like a good sermon. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, sell it. Come on.
Sell it, baby. It's Model Affliction Monday. Tell us how you know. Or actually, you've told us you don't know. So now what?
Oklahoma.
I just believe things like...
You're that guy that's knocking on my door right now going,
yeah,
hey,
something I just believe on...
It's above the North Pole.
Yeah. Some things I just believe on face. And other things I have seen the evidence and... So, but it's not easy to know everything.
Let's stand there and pop for it. Oh, hell, Monday globalists.
That's a brilliant picture, that. It looks like mob bosses, like, sort of come to sell the globe.
Apparently it was a TV show, and they were literally globe salesmen.
Yeah, were they?
Yeah, it's called Globesmen. I just Googled it. They literally sell globes.
That's brilliant. Look at how menacing they look.
Okay.
Look at it. That's what I imagine. Them feeling like all of the Globers that walk around like that as a gang. Blue ops.
You don't have a picture of the salesman for the flat earth?
Oh, look at that picture that whatever's got in there. Have you seen that? I think that's great. He's talking about the drop from the horizontal crosshairs. But can you see how there's more of a drop to our feet than there is to the horizon? Isn't that great how that happens? Globesman.
Genesis, do you believe everything you've been told then?
Selling globes to disinterested people. That I might have to watch that.
If it sounds plausible, I believe it. And some things I have investigated myself, but most of the stuff I hear, I believe on faith, because someone I believe is correct said it.
So you said some stuff you don't believe because you've investigated yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah. Like the flat earth.
Right. So why don't you investigate everything you've been told then?
Oh, that's a huge commitment to investigate everything. some things you have to take on faith to be able to survive. But if it's important, I probably look into it more.
That's interesting that, like you say,
Like
take things on faith.
Yeah. I looked into that one. I didn't just believe what Bev said.
Well, how can you distinguish between what you should believe and what you shouldn't believe and investigate?
Now, that's hard. Sometimes you believe things that are wrong because you thought that the person who said it was trustable.
Isn't there a difference between knowing, believing, and faith? Because knowing also comes with belief, right? You struggle to have a belief of something when you know it to be true, right? You can also believe it to be true, right? Because you know it is. But with faith, right, there can never be a knowing. That's the whole point of faith, right? You have to know that you will never know. So you have to take it on faith.
Face value, yes.
Yeah. And as it goes hand in hand with my belief that you cannot prove anything in the real world. So everything must be
again,
believed.
that's more of the diletheism axiom that you've put in. That's not a framework. That's something you've put in there, right? Just because you don't believe you can prove anything doesn't mean that anyone else can't prove anything to themselves, right? You can't put that there for everybody else. That's the axiom of diletheism that you've taken on for yourself.
If you're talking about proving things to yourself, that's a different proof for each person then. And then you what is proof then?
So you've decided that nobody can have proof in reality. Not just you. You've decided that it's not there for anybody. You've decided that. That's a bit strange, I find.
But if you say that you have proof for something in reality, you also say that if someone in the future come with some evidence that say that your proof was wrong, this could not happen, and you can never be sure of that.
That's your diletheism that you've put in. You've injected that into your framework. You can't put it into mine.
No. But on the other side, it doesn't matter so much. If you believe something to be true, you believe it. Then if you say it's a proof, a mathematical proof of it or not, doesn't matter so much. It's just semantics.
On your behalf, it sounds like it, yes.
Yeah. It's late here now. I have to hit the sack. What do you call it? I have to go to bed now.
Okay.
Why we are 1 hour before you? You know, it's already 1 o'clock here.
Yeah. We've only been going
tomorrow.
3-4 hours.
Yep. So thank you for today.
Yeah, thank you for coming. We had a good discussion. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Genesis. Good night. God bless.
Peacock says it's Happy Woman's Day. Is that yesterday or today? New day or the old day? Are we getting one in the UK? A day for the ladies. been an interesting day again. There's plenty of chat to be had about the model. Because especially within this bit that we're in, everybody's model obsessed. Rightly so, it's a good topic. Just want to watch out where the arguments that you get put into, whether they're actually worth having. Eighth of March. Oh yeah, that's tomorrow. Oh well, not in the UK yet. Is that must be international then? That was a big day.
Hey, what's happening, brother Bev?
All right,
Hey, what's happening, my brother? Hey, I'm just learning how to use this Discord, man. I wanted to talk to Genesis though.
Oh, it looks like he's gone. Yes, he's gone for a kip. Rumpus is here, but I don't know whether he's going to take his deafening off. He might be listening in. Maybe if you can woo him in, he might come back.
Yeah, I definitely got something for Rumpus because I think that what he's saying is somewhat correct. I'm not a mathematician. Like, I don't have a degree in math, but I've studied mathematics. I've studied physics. I study Hebrew. And I have something to bring Rumpus back because I think that he's dealing with divergent mathematics, number one, and he's trying to teach everybody point reflection, but he's doing a horrible fucking job.
For what? Where is he trying to teach?
He's trying to teach the...
Is he cutting out for everyone?
Yeah, it cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. No, I'm getting used to this thing. No, it has to do with getting an elevation angle from a curved adjacent.
From a what?
An elevation angle from a curved adjacent. Imagine you're in a tank and you're firing around.
Yeah, I'm just confused about the curved adjacent. Like, what's that?
A curved adjacent seems like an impossibility. However, when you go back into the maths, you go back into the math. Yeah, you go back into the mathematics, then you have to deal with something called divergent math.
Yeah,
divergent math.
You know what an adjacent is, though?
You're in the tank and you're doing ballistics.
Excuse me, brother. I don't know what you're talking about. But Bev, what was the question you asked?
You said you was in the tank.
Yeah, he's in the tank. He's using it in order to do geometry. It's practical geometry in a tank. The adjacent. Can you just run us through that? Exactly what is the adjacent? Because, I mean, I do have an understanding of what an adjacent is, but I'm not familiar with this, whatever it was, sort of maths, back in the maths or whatever. What was that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to leave anybody without a view because I do respect Plato and Socrates. So I'm not going to leave anybody without a view. So the problem is that we're not dealing with something called divergent mathematics.
We're not dealing with it.
And
I know.
I see that divergent mathematics is part. Excuse me. Is part of the model affliction, because that's a model that people are dealing with when they deal with divergent mathematics.
But you said we're not dealing with it, right? Or are we dealing with it? You said the problem is we're not dealing with it.
Yes, that's what draws Rumpus to anger, because I believe he is dealing with divergent mathematics, which deals with point reflection.
Right, but we're not dealing with it at the minute.
Oh, I'm not judging, brother. I'm not judging.
I haven't got a clue.
No, I was sitting here by the Most High. No, I'm not judging at all.
Okay.
I'm just getting my notes ready, because I literally wrote these notes in about 2015, and I've been waiting to talk with y'all, like finding a group that could actually deal with deeper issues, questions, things that people take for granted, like Genesis. He just said, well, I'll just believe the guy because he looks fancy. He's wearing a white lab coat. He has a college degree of some sort, or maybe multiple degrees, or an advanced degree.
No, he said he had the math degrees. Genesis was the guy with the maths degrees. He was the maths brains.
Absolutely. So what we're dealing with is his bias, and another word for bias in mathematics is hypotenuse. Now we can start identifying the parts of the right triangle. Bias is hypotenuse. He's got a bias.
The hypotenuse is the side opposite the right angle. In a right angle triangle, that's what the hypotenuse is.
I understand the parts of a triangle.
Any other uses at all, the word hypotenuse. It's a pretty specific term. Directly related to a right angle triangle and one particular side. The longest side.
I agree, my brother, but it is 3 words, isn't it?
It's one word to show the longest side of a right angle triangle.
No, in that regard, in a specialist type of way, yeah, exactly. We don't want to make things confusing. However, when you bring it back to grammar, I think grammar would be the right law. So when we bring it back to grammar, that's 3 words, because you got hypo, which means under, then you got ten, and then you got the word use. And each 3 of those words needs to be defined independently to understand what it actually means. But then when you go and look up a definition of the word hypotenuse, you can Google search it. You're going to come up with, in literature, I believe, it's going to be a bias. No, actually it's in mathematics. The other word for hypotenuse is bias.
Mm-hmm. And that the use of the hypotenuse within grammar, has that got something to do with the point?
Totally, because we're using grammar to discern. We're using grammar to understand what we're hearing. And like I said, in specialized terms, in specialized fields or professions, you're going to deal with words as they are. But when you move back into the philosopher realm or the philosopher way of thinking, then you're going to be conscious. And Deepak Chopra has one of the best definitions I ever heard for consciousness. And he says it's a superposition of all possibilities so far as consciousness.
Redefining again.
That's a load of crock. Sorry, whoever interrupted.
I love
Sorry,
that
brother,
essay,
but that superposition shit triggers the hell out of me.
of consciousness, the superposition of consciousness.
That's even worse. Yeah.
Wait. A superposition of all possibilities.
I was being polite when I said, "Oh, redefinition."
No, now we're getting into the fantasy island stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also taking other people's words, you know.
Because I think he misunderstands. All possibilities, that's one thing, but I think you misunderstand what superposition means. With no disrespect, it means that all possibilities at the same time.
No, I hear you loud and clear, my brother. And I'm not misunderstanding because I'm overstanding. And I'm not saying that like and nobody else can say it, but I'm listening to what's going on. Say I'm using Einstein's unified field theory, or I'm using Brian Greene's M string theory. No, it's not. It's speaking 5 different languages to 10 different languages at the same time to understand one thing. And people who study Judaism, people who study Judaism, you can't know what one Hebrew word means unless you know what 5 other words mean to understand that one. And that's just a rule in Judaism.
And that's got to do with Einstein.
Or at least for Jewish scholars.
That's got to do with Einstein, has it?
Unified field theory, it deals with up to 10 items at the same time.
You know, that's all ridiculous mumbo jumbo theoretical nonsense, right?
No, I agree with you that it's ridiculous. And I have a thesaurus over on my bookshelf that says that the word ridiculous means accurate. Did you know that?
Not in my book, no. Sorry.
Does the word bollocks mean anything?
Do you know
like
dialectism? Or more commonly, dialectism?
Please, if you don't mind, give me a brief description or a definition of dilithianism. Because when I hear that, I think about Star Trek. Dead ass.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. Not dilithium crystals. Dilithiism. It comes from the Greek word di, meaning two, and lithiism, which is aletheia in Greek, meaning truth. So basically, 2 truths. Now you're trying to hold a couple of them, even more than 2 of them.
No, absolutely. No, I'm that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to know. I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Hang on one second. And I accepted this as somebody that y'all would think is wild, but I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I confessed my sins to Him and learned to speak in tongues. So I know that tongues. Hold on a second. Let me finish because I know y'all got triggered.
No, you're going to monologue.
No, you said tongue. I'm going to wrap it up.
Here to do all this?
Let him say his piece. He's new. Don't make it look like we're ganging up on him. Go ahead, bro. Okay. Go ahead. Finish.
No, it's okay for y'all to gang up because I can deal with each one of y'all, plus 10 more. So what I said, yeah, no, I'm not misspeaking. I'm not trying to lead anybody down a road to no end because I mean, shit, all of this is a road to no end if we're not doing something about it. Just look at the Russian-Ukraine war. So with that said, what was the word I was bringing up? Because brother interrupted me.
I believe we were on that subject.
Right. Okay. So let's just go from where you are and go back to Bev. Okay. So you see how brother brought a word, but then he defined it as 2 separate words.
I'm not sure I follow.
No, the dilithiism. You said it's 2, and then it has to do with thea.
2 truths. Aletheia.
So aletheia. Right.
Yeah.
So when I say the word hypotenuse, that's 3 words that requires the same definition. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. Hypotenuse and dilithiism. How do you figure that?
Dilithiism is two words, di, and then aletheism. And I'm so happy we're going to the Greek, because that's where a lot of our problems come from. Because we're not recognizing that Greek is a language and it is used, and a lot of the words we use every day are Greek. One simple one is the pharmacy, pharmakia. Anybody that works at a pharmacy, the origin of the word comes from Greek. And we just have to be responsible. That's where I want to go with this. Being responsible, knowing when you don't know.
Okay, let's go back to superposition, where all this started. Can we agree that superposition is like a fairy tale? I know it's quantum, right? It's quantum theory, right?
Yes.
Right. But I call it nonsense. What do you think?
Well, you have a position called a supervisor. Is that not in a superposition?
I did explain to you what it means, right? All possibilities.
I heard you loud and clear.
Like Schrodinger's cat, both alive and dead at the same time.
We have YouTube today, brother. People couldn't have done this 100 years ago. They would have had to travel here. They would have had to been like Madame Blavatsky, right? Riding on a train, rolling a cigarette with one hand in South America. You know, well, we don't have to travel that way. We have the internet. So we have tools at our disposal that we should be utilizing. And I have another question. Have you ever read The Master Key by, it's the same guy that wrote The Wizard of Oz.
Hold on. Keep on asking questions. Let's go to the first point. SC, do you want to?
Well, we are scattergunning a little bit, yeah. Do you want to address superposition, or you want to move on?
No, we can deal with consciousness, because even the scriptures in the Bible, and wasn't raised a Christian. I use the Bible as a dictionary. I know where it came from. We'll eventually get there to the origin, but that's not important. What we're trying to do right now is define consciousness. And I just gave y'all a quote from Deepak Chopra, which I thought was pretty, I thought that it covered the spectrum. If you're talking about being in a superposition of all possibilities, of course we can't see everything. That's I'm not trying to say that, but what we can see, maybe we don't have to see as much to actually know the truth.
Was that your first point they actually come over here with?
No, my first point had to do with the fact that I believe Rumpus has studied divergent mathematics, and everybody on this panel, everybody on that can hear, knows about divergent mathematics. We just forgot what it was called. And so the idea is to prove certain parts of his globe theory. He's going into this realm where he's dealing with divergent mathematics, which deals with point reflection. And I got notes right here. So I'm not just like, oh, I know everything. But the reason why I started taking these notes is because I was studying Ampere's law, which deals with magnetic fields concentrated into a nearly uniform field in the center of a long solenoid. So I'm looking at Ampere's law, but then I'm able to draw back to where you guys are, because I'm in the same spot, and we're dealing with flat Earth. So we're saying, okay, well, these mathematics for flat Earth, they have to be Euclidean. We have to be dealing with flat, but that's not where mathematics stops.
Euclidean's got nothing to do with flat.
Say again?
Has Euclidean got anything to do with flat?
Euclidean means flat. Just do a Google search. Euclidean means flat.
Has Euclidean got to do anything with flat Earth?
I'm not going to extend myself right now to say that, but I will say that Euclidean does deal with flat, and that's 2D.
But in reality, it's 3D. Because conceptual, it's 1D, 2D, and in reality, it's 3D. Correct? Or not?
No, I do agree with you about 3D, but we do have something called abstract, which is art, and art exists in 2 dimensions. A painting.
To do with 3D in reality? Yes or no?
I have to say yes, because they used it. It worked.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, cheers, bro. No, it worked. They did it. To all of them.
If I was to tell you, can you pass me that 2D hammer? What would you say to me?
Because I know what hammer means in another language, and I'm just prefacing what I'm about to say in response to what you said, I would draw a flower on a piece of paper. No, but no, you can't hand a 2D hammer, bro. No, it's not going to happen.
Exactly. Now, you said something about Euclidean geometry and point lines. What did I hear you correctly?
Absolutely. No, we're dealing with point reflection. So, divergent mathematics, I'm going to read my notes, of a series increasing indefinitely as more of its terms and added differing, varying. I should have probably done that different. But okay, so you say you got graph paper, you know, and you draw on that graph paper an X and Y axis. And the divergent mathematics is when you start maybe trying to draw an arc. So yeah, I'll probably be wrong, don't quote me, but you go from like coordinate 1, 1, then you're moving up 2, 2, up 3, 3, 4, 4. That's the divergent mathematics. Now, I didn't just arrive here based on mathematics. I also went into language. And that's the reason why I looked up the word divergent in the first place. And then and I was looking at Ampere's law. Now, when it's talking about Ampere's law, it's talking about the magnetic field, and then it talks about the field on the outside of a copper coil, because that's what Ampere's law is dealing with. It's dealing with, coil, copper coiled, and then the magnetism that you get from that. And then it says the field outside is weak and divergent. And so it's talking about the field outside of the solenoid or the copper coil is weak and divergent. So I was like, well, what does divergent mean? And I made sure I wrote the note down. And it says divergent, tending to be different or develop in different directions, anti-similar. In psychology of thought, using a variety of premises, especially unfamiliar premises, as basis for inference, and avoiding common limiting assumptions in making deductions.
Yeah, what's your point, brother? What are you trying to say here? Because you're just reading like paragraphs. Make a specific point, like what's on your mind?
The specific point that I had is what I started with, is that Rumpus may not be wrong if Rumpus is studying divergent mathematics, because divergent mathematics eventually leads to something called point reflection. And that's the thing, because point reflection, that's why he's going off and saying, you're stupid, you're stupid. I believe, I don't know. I was hopefully trying to bait him back in, or maybe we could talk, maybe he was still in here where we could have this conversation. Because I'm with y'all. I'm not against you at all. I'm just into the minutia. And a lot of people aren't into minutia, but I figured, coming on this program, y'all are with that because that's what the general population is not really focused on. They're not looking at the minutia. They're like, what makes me feel good, as opposed to, what's really going on.
I hear you, brother, but you're all over the place. But yeah, you're welcome. I mean, whatever's on your mind.
Yeah, we can even go back to some of the things Genesis may have been trying to talk about. He said he just trusts the scientists and he trusts people that are in positions of authority because he's in a position of authority. So he has an obvious bias because he wants people to believe in him. So he's got to believe in other people. And I think that's a part of this condition that Brother Bev has made sure that he put out there in the front and says that people are model afflicted. You know, they're model. They see something, they're like, oh, now I can feel comfortable because look, they drew something. You know, it's just as silly as these pictures they have of the Earth. You know, which all of them are CGI.
You know what? I have an idea. If we take Rumpus off mute, maybe he can have a convo with you. Let me try that.
Took Rumpus off mute 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Rumpus is he's gone on deafening, hasn't he?
My bad. I thought. Okay. Was an idea.
Yeah, I was trying to get in here, you know, quickly, but I'm just barely learning how to use the Discord. You know, you gotta push to talk and shit like, you know, it's got a whole bunch of different stuff on here, so I'm just getting used to it. But yeah, Rumpus come back.
No, well, I doubt it. Be glad to know he's got you on his side, though.
Well, I'm not on his side. However, I've had the problem of reading too much, you know, because I think people who don't read a lot are actually better off than people who read too much. And I would blame my mama, but I love my mama. But she was always making me read this, read that. Never the Bible, y'all. I didn't do that on my own till about 2013. Then I seen this breakdown on The Shining that Stanley Kubrick directed, you know, with Jack Nicholson was in it. And then this documentary, whatever, was talking about how there was hidden information about how Kubrick was trying to tell all of us how he helped you know who to fake you know what, you know?
Well, you believe in people on the telly talking about people on the telly.
Well, I would say, how far did they say the moon was away? 234,000 miles. Don't quote me on that. I'm trying to go off my memory.
I don't know.
But it might be 200.
Who's telling you?
Well, say Stanley Kubrick did when he had that one scene in the movie The Shining where it was room 234. I think it was 234. Don't quote me. These numbers are all crazy. I don't believe in none of this stuff anymore. So I kind of rejected it, but I know I have to remember it, you know, and right now is a good reason. So I think it was room 234, and that represented the fact that, or what we've been told, that the moon is 234,000 miles away.
How did you know that?
Well, that's what they told us in grade school, right? I did the 13 grades, you know, K through 12.
So you've been told that. Do you believe it anymore?
Absolutely not. I don't believe it anymore. However, I am holding on to it because I think they were trying to say something else with what they said.
How did they know it?
I was raised with I don't know as an answer. I don't know. I don't know how they came up with the number. I have no idea.
You've never bothered looking into how they... Because, I mean, if you work it out that you have to take it on faith that they've told you there's a number, do you at least know how they say that they've came up with that number? Or do you just take it on faith that, you know, it's a number that they've given you? Because I mean, I couldn't, unless I've done it myself, or at least tried to find out myself. I wouldn't be able to take that on, because it sounds, I don't know, it sounds unbelievable. I mean, how would you measure distance to a light in the sky?
I know, right? I'm with you, my man. I'm telling you, I'm with y'all. How did they figure that out? That it was this many hundreds of thousands of miles. I mean, it's the same thing with the sun. That far away, really? Really? Nah. Y'all playing games, and they're playing games with us. And so I want to keep it constructive because I'm real radical too. So I have to relax and then be more conversational so we can help to teach people to wake them up, because I want to work with you guys. I'm not against you, but I am bringing a little extra with this divergent mathematics, which everybody knows divergent mathematics. As soon as you Google it, you'd be like, oh, okay, that's what he was talking about. And I had that when I was teaching, because I was teaching in a K through 8 school as a paraeducator. So I got a chance to substitute teach for kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. And so it was a refresher for me, because I had to make sure I knew what I was talking about. And the children who
Is he gone again?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, my finger slipped. But I'm just saying I took these notes in 2015 when I was working at a school, working with elementary grade, children. And so I had to learn the basics again. So that's why I can somewhat sympathize with Rumpus, but I want to check him, because I don't know if I don't know who he is. But if he is dealing with divergent mathematics, and then if he can say that, yes, I know what point reflection is, then we can have a constructive conversation. I know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. So your divergent, SE's just put in there. It says the velocity field of fluid flow. Divergence. Is that what you're talking about? Or is that a different one?
No, it could be that too.
I posted.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I posted two. Well, can you describe your version of divergent mathematics, please?
Okay, I'm gonna give you what I have written down, but I also have I draw. So I have notes here, so I know what it is as I'm reading. So because sometimes when you hear something, it may not pop. Okay, what is it? So, divergent mathematics, increasing indefinitely as more of its terms and added, differing, deviating. I have something extra written in there. Okay, so of a series increasing indefinitely as more of its terms are added, differing, deviating. That's it. So what that is you're using graph paper, and you have to draw a curve using the points on the graph paper. And the idea is that you've labeled the numbers on the x-axis, you label the numbers on the y-axis. So as you plot, that's divergent mathematics. It's simple.
It's vector plotting, right?
Absolutely, same thing. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I got here, just to be honest with everybody here, is that I'm checking out Nathan Oakley's show. And by the way, I'm over here, Bev, because he promoted you. And so ever since he promoted you, I've been, checking out your show and be listening in and saying, okay, like just listen to where everybody's at. Do I don't want to waste y'all's time. But he promoted you. And so the questions that they're asking, one of the questions, I think he calls it housekeeping or something. And he says that you can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. Because they're dealing with celestial navigation, using a sextant. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, back in 2015, I have a right triangle with a circle up underneath it, because I'm asking myself this same question: how could you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? I'm asking this question, but not even knowing I'm asking this question, but being so happy and overjoyed that I found y'all. Like, wow, there's people out here that are still really trying to find the truth. And so, and like I said, I'm being honest. And so, I got my notebook right here. If anybody ever came and saw this notebook right here, you would see my right angle with a curved adjacent. And I'm like, well, how do you get that done? And it's like, oh, you get that done with divergent mathematics, because it's not just divergent, it's the word divergent in all of its forms, all of its expressions, all of its definitions.
So have you got a triangle with a curved side on it?
No, the triangle doesn't have the curve. Say the triangle exists by itself, right? You got the right triangle, and then you have the sphere or circle sitting up underneath the adjacent line.
Right. Well, the adjacent is the angle, the side closest the angle that you're talking about of a right angle triangle, particularly when you're doing trigonometry, with the hypotenuse being the longest side opposite the right angle.
No, exactly. But the one thing I was never thinking about was using a sextant. Now, I learned about the sextant when I was in high school. Sorry again? Sorry.
For geometry. Because we're talking about a right angled triangle here, right? And you're talking about what you said was a curved adjacent that doesn't exist, right? A fictional beast.
That's bam, straight up. So it's the same thing. How does 2D become 3D? The only way it could is through us.
No, 2D is the conceptual surface that you practice your geometry on and get the foundations of, and then you implement that into reality with all of the principles and knowing of the 2D conceptualization.
Absolutely. It can happen no other way. Yeah.
I don't know. I think you might be lost within the ideas of the arguments. People asking for things that aren't real. You might have took on an idea of something that isn't real. Because as far as I know, an adjacent is one of the sides of a right angled triangle. It depends upon the which angle you're talking about as to which side of the right angle triangle you're talking about as being the adjacent?
Okay, just so far as I can express what I have drawn in my notebook is that the circle is on the side of the actual adjacent, right? Because a right triangle is made of three parts: hypotenuse, opposite, and then adjacent. So it's actually the adjacent on the right triangle, and then the circle is touching the adjacent, and that's where, you know, full stop, because it doesn't work in reality. However, it does work spiritually.
Sorry, geometry spiritually.
That's what I'm also here for, is to show you guys that y'all are studying sacred geometry and no one's ever told you that that's what you're doing. Sacred geometry.
It's just geometry, isn't it?
Have you been reading Fibonacci?
Oh yeah, I've been looking at Fibonacci just like everybody who day trades, right?
So we talk about this stuff all the time.
Heck yeah, Rose. Though I'm not against you at all. I have that way about myself. No, Fibonacci.
No, that's fine,
right,
bro. I'm not. Yeah, that's fine.
And what is Fibonacci at the end of the day except pattern recognition, right?
Well, you said something about divine. How did you put it? Divine mathematics, or what did you say?
Oh, sacred geometry.
Sacred geometry.
Me.
Right. Yeah. Well, we talk about that all the time. Like, the more you study math, the more you see like the natural patterns, like the Fibonacci sequence, right? Like a beehive, like a shell, like, you know, all those shapes, right? You gotta say, wow, this is like sacred geometry, maybe. Like the hand of a creator, shall we say? A mathematician,
absolutely.
Maybe. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Like I say, God bless His Majesty.
I just want to tell you that
King.
we talk about all things, you know.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm over here. That's why I fuck with y'all, because y'all are on point. Sorry, Bev.
Chat's checking you out as a bit of a troll. I think they heard your little giggle before. I think you give yourself away. You've done well, though. I think you've been rumbled, though.
You know, I spell troll backwards, and so you could retrieve the word Lord, which means controller. But I'm not pushing nothing on y'all. I'm just saying the word Lord means controller in Greek. It's kurios, because I studied a lot of Greek. I've been studying Strong's Concordance, other lexicons for the Bible since 2013 on my own. And I've learned a lot of words, so words aren't a problem for me, ever.
You studied a lot of reality?
Absolutely.
No. What does reality mean to you, then?
Reality to me means possibilities, it's potentialities at this point.
Potentialities? Oh.
Absolutely. Because, you know, we have the TV. You know, we have the TV, and
I don't have a
see
TV.
that.
I don't have a TV.
Understood. But don't make me factor in the contagion just yet. I don't want to do you like that. But even though you don't have a...
The contagion.
Well, you do have a smartphone?
No, I don't have a smartphone.
You have a smartphone. Anybody around you give you information that ever came from a smartphone, say in the last 7 days?
No.
No? Oh, you live
No.
out in the sticks?
I live in reality and I don't conform to general population.
That's a great word, conform. Genesis 1:1, excuse me, folks. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and they were
Why do you
void.
keep on going back to the
Hold
Bible?
on. They were void and without.
Why do you keep on
Go
going back
ahead.
to the Bible? Live in reality.
I told you earlier. I told you earlier why I use it as a dictionary. You didn't hear me
Why
when
do
I
you
said
have
that.
to use the Bible to go for dictionary? Why can't you live in reality and conform
He's
to
an individual,
your...
man. He's just
Oh, okay,
being
no, I
himself.
can explain it. Okay, so I know the Mayflower came over here in about the 1600s, whatever. Let's not get into all that. But
that's
they had
what you've been told. How do you know that? Were you there at the time?
Well, hold on, let me finish. Can I finish?
Were you there at the time? You only go what people have told you. How do you know history is what you've been told?
How do I know history is what I've been told, or the history that I've researched and studied for myself? Because I hear things, right? Because you don't read the newspaper, you don't have the internet or nothing like that. I'm not judging you at all. So I don't know how you get your information.
You're told history is something. How do you know history is what you've been told it is?
I study history and then I live and I observe.
The only history you know is the one you're living. And the one your parents have told you about. Prior to that,
I've already published. No, I'm a published author already. Like I've already published in 2017. So that history is living. The history that I published. Would you agree? And I also have a bibliography for it too.
Did you live that?
You don't have to live it to cite it.
Did you live in 2017? Did you live that?
Of course.
Therefore, it's your history, isn't it?
Recorded history. Yeah, I recorded.
2017 is your recorded history, correct?
Yes.
Right. 1917.
And you'll benefit from it.
Is that your recorded history?
1917, that is recorded history, yes.
Is that your lived history?
I had ancestors alive during that time period, so if it affected them, then epigenetically it might affect me, or might have affected me, epigenetically.
How do you know that that history from 1917 was handed down correct in time?
Because there's a Latin phrase, it's called nunc pro tunc, and it means now present. Hold on a second, please stop.
How do you know that history is accurate?
Because I'm dealing with maxims of law here, and the maxims of law are sound. You know, I don't have to yell it. And so nunc pro tunc means that now for then. So the 1666 Sedekei Trust Act that you may not be aware of, because it exists, I can say I exist and I'll get respect.
You exist, yes, but how do you know in 1917 that history is correct?
Well, I don't just look at one part that happened in that history, because if we look at 1917, there's a lot of different things to talk about that happened during that year. So I don't necessarily have to live during that time period. And I use visuals. You know, I'll watch, period pieces, things that came out during that time. Who was doing what? Who was the president in 1917? I look at the expanse of that time period. I'm 43 years old, by the way.
How can you rely on that?
Relearn? How can I relearn it? I don't understand the question.
No. How can you rely on that as being...
Oh, how can I rely on it? Because what existed then is still here today. This is law. Nobody runs away from this.
No, that's not law. Law is natural evolution. I'm about history and the facts about history.
Yeah, understood. But
and the truth about history.
Are you in the UK? Are you in the UK?
Doesn't matter where I am.
No, I the only reason why I say that is because I know that within their vaults and stuff like that, they have scrolls that are 100 yards long with law on it. Do you know about that?
What's law got to do with events? Laws are made up to govern people.
Well, let me say something obvious. What does law have to do with events? Okay, so say you get pulled over. I don't know what y'all call them over there, the bailiff or the police. We call them the police over here. And they give you a citation number, or it's called an event number. So you answer your own question. See, law and events, that's what it is. This is where we live. What happened in 1215? Why you know about the Magna Carta? You know, what happened? What did King John? Why do you know about it though?
Who said
That's
I know
the
about,
question.
Who said I know about the Magna Carta? And also they changed that as well because they couldn't realise, or they actually realised that people could not memorise every single thing about the Magna Carta.
Well, I know the Magna Carta.
Was he gone again?
He faced consequences for that breach of contract because he didn't.
You cut out a bit there, matey. I'm sorry, you cut out a bit there. Can you start again, please? Because I'm afraid you cut out.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing the push to talk thing, so my finger may slide a little bit and go up off the mic. But let's take it back. Okay, so 1215, King John, he was forced to sign the Magna Carta, by the way, because he signed it. Whatever happened there, he still had to deal with the Vatican because he breached the contract, and he got flogged, whipped on his ass by 80 monks for his breach of contract. And then there were more implications, and I don't know if you're aware of what those were. And I'm not talking any crap about you. I'm not trying to put you down or nothing. I just don't want to put out too much right now.
You say that, but the only thing you're talking about is the history you've been told. How would you know that actually happened?
Okay, now here's the thing. It's not that I actually have to know that it happened, but because I do know the year. Wait, here's another thing, man. Okay, do you know about something?
Stuff.
No, it's not recycling. Just because you can't recall it, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And you can tell me about the Smurf Village more than you can tell me about what happened in the 1920s. You know, that's what you're telling me.
You are recycling stuff that people have been, over the generations, being given to you, the information being given to you. You're recycling it over and over and over again. You don't know whether it's true or not, do you?
Oh, okay. Now, this gives me the opportunity to fully introduce myself. I'm an author. I wrote a book called The Science of Fiction Dialectic. And that's what I published in 2017. Because what I was able to do through God's grace, the Most High, Yahweh, whatever you want to call him, Allah, through that grace, I was able to see through what's really going on, what really gets us mixed up. How do they confuse us? And then the output was, and this is scientific method was employed. I asked a question and I answered it. And so I'm able to look at the fiction and then create a conversation out of it, because that's what it has to be. You know, that's what it has to be.
What scientific method did you employ?
You know, right now I don't know all the steps, but as I was going through my scientific process,
you stated it. You said
I asked a question.
Scientific method. So what scientific method did you employ to get your book published?
I said, have people really read the Bible?
No. What scientific methods did you employ to get your book published?
I don't know what other types of scientific method there are.
No, I don't care what other scientific methods there are. What scientific methods did you employ?
A hypothesis. I started with a hypothesis. You know.
Right, okay, so you start with a hypothesis, and then where did you go from there?
I started testing the hypothesis.
How did you test that hypothesis?
I started going to churches, listening to radio stations that were broadcasting Christian, I don't know what you call it. Go to the religious stations, and listen to the pastors and people talking, and then I discovered a pattern.
So your hypothesis method was to actually. So you had a hypothesis, and then your method was to go and listen to radio stations and preachers.
Yeah, it wasn't just radio stations. I went into churches. I dealt with people who were around me, and I was asking them questions. One of the questions I asked was, is the tree of life a good thing or a bad thing? Because this is for a Christian, right? Is a tree of life a good thing or a bad thing? Because those are the two trees in the midst of the garden, right?
So your hypothesis was based on a religious belief?
Not a religious, well, it was religious belief and then the text, because I'm citing sources. Because when you get to Revelations chapter 22, you're being told that if you are without the tree of life, then you're going to be a dog, a whoremonger, a murderer, and somebody that loves to make lies, and so and so. If you are without the tree of life. But I found a lot of people who are terrified of the tree of life. And I started my studies around 2012, 2013. I'm asking people, hey, you know about the tree of life? It's in the Bible. It's one of the two trees in the midst of the garden. And they're telling me, like, it was varying. Some people didn't even know what I was talking about, but some people really reacted to it. So I made sure I took note of that, and I kept researching, the tree of life.
And after you did all this studying, what was your outcome?
I'm glad you asked that question, because what I found the tree of life to be is Christ consciousness. What I found the tree of life to be was the celestial bodies as they revolve in the ether. And if you go back to Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, the word heavens is Shamay Shamayim. Then when you go into a Strong's Concordance and you look up what does Shamay Shamayim mean, what's the definition of the word heaven? It says the celestial bodies as they revolve in the ethers. And so just in the last 2 months, the sextant came up, celestial navigation, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you made me wait a little bit, Animus, Creator, you made me wait a little bit, but you told me I would have to wait about 5 years, and then I would find people who I could talk about this stuff with.
Are you into the Kabbalah?
Yes, I have been studying Kabbalah since 2012. But as the tree of life, with the Sephiroth, with the 11 Sephiroth, which are all words that are in the Old Testament or the Torah, all those words that are on that tree are in the Old Testament.
Like, I'm not an expert in Kabbalah, but I heard some stuff, and what you're saying kind of like makes me think of that.
Yeah, absolutely. In Kabbalah is looked at, it's called Jewish mysticism. So a lot of people I don't want to deal with nothing called mysticism. I don't want to deal with that stuff. But I ran right into it. I wasn't afraid of it. But I was, to be honest. Some of this stuff is weird. That's why sacred geometry, you switch some of the letters around on sacred and you got the word scared. But yeah, the Kabbalah, it is the tree of life in the Bible, in Genesis and also in Revelations. When it talks about tree of life, that is Kabbalah. And that's a whole nother something to look at and to study, to open, digest, regurgitate, all of that. Because it's perfect as it is.
So you're into the mysticism side of it, like the spiritual mysticism, shall we call it?
No, absolutely. Man, I could say a lot of things and they'll be misconstrued, but I'm just gonna say it. My mom was a witch. She didn't accept Jesus Christ as her Lord and Savior until like shortly before she died. And I was the reason for that, because I was able to explain it to them. And they were like, what? That's what it was? Oh, snap. And they were able to do that. And this is coming from two Muslims, because I was raised Muslim too, but I'm not pushing that. I'm not pushing no religion, none of that. That stuff is weird. How it affects the people. But then again, that's just the human condition, I guess.
Anyway, can I just say thank you very much for talking to me. It's been good talking to you tonight. Unfortunately, I've got to go to bed because I've got to get up early in the morning. So good night, God bless, and may God go with you, whoever he is.
See you later.
Yeah,
good night, bro.
Peace, brothers. Sweet dreams, man. And it was great talking to you, man. You gave me a good interrogation. I appreciate that. But yeah, Bev, the science of fiction dialectic, it's a real thing. And one reason why I designed it that way has to do with the word dialectic. And it's a Greek word. And then the word dialectic, that's how we got the word technology.
Did you know what that word meant before I explained it to you?
Are you talking about dialethium or dialectic?
Oh, you said dialectic. Okay. My bad. I was thinking it's the Star Trek one.
Yeah, man. As soon as I seen Bev had the video up, I was like, dialethium. I was like, I'm thinking about Star Trek. Because my mom was a Trekkie too, big time. She had all the books. I watched all the movies. I seen the Starship Enterprise fly around the sun so they could time travel. You know what I'm saying? I saw all of that when I was a child. And it's all quality. It all makes sense to me now.
Yeah, it's from the same time, isn't it? Legitimize something that's not real. Diletheism, crystals, same thing, not real.
Even dialectic, doesn't that mean two languages?
I would say no. I mean, the English word is technology. So I think that's where the research would start. Is like, well, what does technology mean?
The only thing I ever know of that, though, is the Hegelian dialectic, right? Isn't it a way of thought, a way of thinking? Isn't it?
Absolutely.
So it's not
find
technology then, is it?
It's people talking. It's people talking. I'm gonna put myself out there. So they talked about CERN, being a particle collider, right? And so what if the particles is exactly what we're doing right now? They're just doing it at a different level. So it's still a dialectic, but that's what I consider what they did. Because think about that machine, it didn't do shit. They just built a bunch of shit. They always build shit and it don't mean nothing. But they just do it because people need to see something, but they're not looking deep into what these people are doing.
Well, what is then? Let's see. What's the? You said that it's a twin. The dialect, is that the talk between two people? Then the conversation, the transference.
Well, that's taking the yeah.
Is that what it is?
Well, dia, it's make it two words, right? Like, okay. So excuse me. Say make it dia. So dia and then lectic. So like dia, because we're dealing with mathematics and geometry and stuff like that. So think about diameter. And then what does diameter mean? To go all the way across.
No, the dia, it means two, isn't it? It's a and within dialectic it says the art of investigating or discussing the truth of opinions. You can only do that where there's more than one person. You can't do that to yourself. The dialectic is you conversing with somebody else, like we are doing now. And the idea of
absolutely
the Hegelian, is it? If that's how it's called. It's the discussion of that, those ideas, those principles that you talk about.
It's really the discussion of anything. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Just talking about it amongst a group of people, like say in a think tank, that's what they call it, the government. We're in a think tank. Another way I've heard it represented was a rhizome, right? When you have like a difficult thing and then you get people involved in the rhizome. And then rhizome has a whole different definition because that's a whole root system for a certain type of plant. Spikenard. The spikenard plant has a root system that's called a rhizome, which is roots going all over the place. And so these think tanks, they create their dialectics or rhizomes. They have dialectics or they have rhizomes.
It's hard to follow you, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, you tend to paint a broad brush, which is okay, but yeah, you go from one point to the other.
No, what I was just doing, because I was getting questions from the brother earlier. He wanted to make sure I was thorough and that I wasn't leaving stones unturned. No, I turned a lot of stones in my time, and I don't mean to be all over the place, but this thing is literally all over the place. We have to learn to use more of our spirits. Use more of your spirit to retain information, so you don't have to rely so much on your mind. Just know what it is.
Right? You wrote a book, right?
Yes, I did. I had to
What's
report.
What's the essence of the book? Because you use dialectic, right?
Yes.
Can you give us like the essence of what you mean by that?
I'll give you one from the chat right now. How Y has put the art dialectic, the art or practice of arriving at the truth by the exchange of logical arguments. The process is especially associated with Hegel. So that sounds favourable, right? Discussing.
I like that. Yeah.
Discussing things to find truths. Using logical arguments. I mean, that's basically what we try and do here, right?
There seems to be a lot of definitions of this.
In comes the spectrum of opportunities. And because the spectrum of opportunities, because the spectrum of opportunities, excuse my finger slipped again. Just take it in. You don't have to know what everything means right now. You take it in over time, and then you will be in possession of. You will be in a superposition of those possibilities, right?
Here you go again with the superposition.
It was.
Your finger went off the button again.
How do you get this thing to stay on so I don't got to keep doing this? I got to figure it out.
Well, if you do that, you got to put it to voice, but anything you say will be heard. So beware if you do that.
Oh, understood. So, okay, but I'm paying attention now. But yeah, like I just recently heard Deepak Chopra. I haven't even really studied too much of what he's into. I just say, well, just let me take life like a paintbrush and then just paint with what's already existing here. I don't have to make up anything. That's why I said the science of fiction dialectic, the essence of it. So if fiction is being used in the world, how is it affecting us? Let's have a conversation about it.
Fiction? What are you talking about? That's what your book is about? The essence of your book is that?
No, it's not specifically about fiction, but if we're told fiction like a globe Earth, with gas planets and rocky inner planets, this whole story, we're told about black holes and wormholes and light speed and stars being light years away. We got to call it science or fiction. Now,
so that's what your book is about?
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's how does the fiction affect us? Okay, now the way that it affects
fiction,
us
bro? What fiction are we talking about here? What fiction?
Any fiction. It's how does it affect our body chemistry? Because at the end of the day, we have a body alchemy, right? Our sweat smells different depending on what we're doing, and then the threat level. Your sweat, it changes depending on the threat level. Now, what makes it do that? Body chemistry.
Bro, let me stop you just for a second. You went from space to body chemistry in the matter of 30 seconds. Like, I don't know where to start answering you, or I don't know. I don't know if you realize what you're doing.
No, I do. I'll and pardon the pun, I'll slow it down.
No, keep it to one thing at a time is what I'm saying.
Well, okay. You understand the periodic table and chemistry. Just the idea of metals heating or cooling, basically.
A basic understanding. But now we went from space to sweating to metallurgy to the periodic table. I'm sorry. No problem. I'm just pointing that out, though.
Okay. I was told that our bodies make up the periodic table. Like if you were to dehydrate us, we would end up in piles of different metals.
Who told you that?
My mama. I just ran with it. and we're going to make sense out of it.
And you've just brought it up now.
No, we'll make sense out of it because dealing with alchemy. Have you all ever studied alchemy at all?
Not at all. Never done any.
Oh, right. No, I understand that because there's that phrase out there about an alchemist can turn lead into gold. That part, like, think about
good.
our
Get
own.
Me some lead. I'll go and get some lead. We get quite rich out of that.
Well, we used to be lead, didn't we?
I don't know. I didn't.
I know it's language, and once we just embrace the language, then we will see all possibilities within the language. And then studying other languages helps, to create, more opportunities, just for consciousness of what one word means. So if I say, how about this? The majority is always lead. You've heard that phrase before?
No.
Isn't lead poisonous to our body?
Yes, it is.
So we were once lead?
I'm going to say the phrase again. The majority is always lead. I'm into politics too.
Oh, you mean in that sense? Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. I heard lead like in metal because you were talking about body decomposing into all the periodic table elements, I believe you said.
No, I said if you were to dehydrate the human body, we would end up in piles of various metals. And that's what I was told. But once again, there's a phrase that I picked up in politics, studying politics. It says that the majority is always lead. And so what if the alchemists knew that? And they're just playing word games on us. And it was just that simple.
I'm afraid you're too advanced for me, bro. I'm having a hard time keeping up with you, honestly.
Not a problem, brother. Hey, matter of fact, I appreciate the time y'all spent with me. And I hope some people, were able to get something from this alien contact. And, I appreciate the time here. I'm Flat No Zero in the Discord. But if you want to, look up my book, it's The Science of Fiction Dialectic. And I'm not just plugging. I really want to stay here a little while longer, but I don't want to take it somewhere that y'all didn't want to take it.
No, you're welcome, bro. Don't misconstrue what I said. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Word, no, I appreciate it. I don't feel like you're throwing me out or anything like that. I just want to make sure that we stay up with the people that are viewing or listening to the content and keeping up with what they're talking about. But at the same time, this is that whole thing with model afflicted. We think we know a language, but we haven't checked to see if we really know what we're talking about. And that's what, like say, no, I'm gonna gotta do something simple. But yeah, we haven't checked into, what we think we know. Like, what does the word technology mean? I've asked people, hey, have you ever looked up the word universe? No? Oh, okay. Hey, have you ever looked up the word galaxy? You ever seen what the word galaxy means? You ever see what it meant in the 1850s? And I do stuff like that because I want to be thorough with this. I want to really serve the people. So I take my time to study things on a deep level. So have you ever looked up the word universe before?
One
Montreal?
word, yeah, call it logos. George doesn't think you're making much sense, and I think he's one of the model afflicted, so he's not with you. George can't keep up.
Yeah, now I get it. You can't have slow gases and not be a part of the masses.
Yeah.
Hey, just thinking about it, that didn't even make sense. Because I'm a part of the masses too, man. I'm just like y'all. I just spent the last 20 years, a little bit more than 20, 21 years learning English, literally. I got a dictionary right next to me. I can't wait to talk to y'all again. No, it's the other group. Because I have a definition for dip when you're dealing with dip correction. And it's almost a half a column of definitions for just the word dip, a 3-letter word.
Like drop.
And I realized. Say again. Sorry.
Like drop. Some people call it drop. You said definitions for dip.
Yeah. Yeah, the dictionary I got right here, it's a Merriam-Webster's 1956 dictionary, and it's 2,129 pages.
Whoa. Sounds like a big dictionary. You know, there's people who don't think that they're worth anything. They're meaningless. Definitions. Some of the people we talk to.
Yeah, they may even call them archaic, but they're not giving credence to what they're actually saying. When you say archaic, there's an arc in archaic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then people try to say that Latin is a dead language, but that's all they use up in the courts. I think I even heard on the TV they talk something about what is that? Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. That's some Latin, and they trying to say it's a dead language. People are just dead brained, and for some reason, knowledge has to become sexy, for people to get it. Because I think that's just the way we're programmed. If what we're learning ain't sexy, people ain't gonna be into it. Because I'm there too, but that's kind of advanced
and stuff like that. It's got to be well sexy. Depends what you mean by knowledge and how you're willing to pass it on, and who's willing to listen to it.
No, I definitely agree with that. I've done too much studying where it's messed up. How can I say it? My decisiveness, and that's a full admission, and that's a side effect of reading too damn much. And a lot of people realize that they don't need to read a whole lot to just get by. But and this might help Montreal a little bit too, because I did come to this logical conclusion, is that my book is for a superhero. Like, if you want to be a superhero and save the world, this is what you're going to have to do.
What? You want to be a superhero, Essie?
I always wanted to be Can I fly?
Rakir wanted to put a cape on the Nug earlier on today.
Yeah. So how many copies do we have to buy in order to fly? Hey, just busting your chops, man.
Oh yeah, no claims that you'll be able to fly after reading, but you'll be able to fly like Neo flies, in the Matrix movie.
Yeah. Hey, to each his own, man. As long as you don't, you don't preach and you don't. Me, I don't mind. As long as you have your beliefs, and that's cool with me, man. You can believe anything you want, brother. Anything you want.
Oh dear. George has said he'd rather listen to me talk than you. And that's bad.
That's unhospitable of
that's
him.
George, that's terrible. How could you be like that to the guests we have?
First time guest? Jeez, George. Were you brought up by chimpanzees or what, bro?
Yeah,
Hey,
George,
George.
that's very rude.
That's bad.
Piss off. Piss off, George. I don't know who you are, but piss off.
George is like the resident troll that comes in now, like at the end of the show. Just because
he likes
he's scared.
to think he's a superstar troll, but he's not. He's like one of the regulars. He's been like reassigned to text chat troll. He used to be a big man on the scene, George. He used to be. They used to look up to him, but I don't think so anymore. I think they send him over here because he's clogging up Blue Ops. It's like, go over there, George. Just for a
George, of the fungal, weak as he could be. You're weak, George. That's why you don't get it. But it's all good. It takes time to draw foolishness out of somebody.
Yeah, George. See you later, George. Thanks for popping by again. Well, love to Blue. And Rumpus. Don't forget Rumpus. Oh, is he left? That's good.
Yeah, I think Rumpus been gone. I wish he was here. I wanted to talk to his weird self.
Yeah, he's a bit picky on who he talks to, Rumpus. Noticed that a bit recently. He doesn't want to tell us much about his model. Right, I think I'm gonna end it for today. Anybody wants to come in, jump in the Discord. It's going to be carrying on anyway. Let's have a look for a Buster song for us to check out. Tomorrow is Logic Night, and that's going to be good because Triangle Axiom Week, Logic Night. We'll keep on it all tomorrow. No doubt they'll have to come in because that's what they do. Anyone Buster songs? Anyone got a...
Hey, Bev, I wanted to say one last thing.
Yeah, go on. We're going out.
So part of my research and studies, and then invention, because the science of fiction dialectic should be looked at as an invention, is that I logically came to the understanding that what's happening when people hear words is it's called autosuggestion. And I wrote that people need to exchange autosuggestion for a logical progression. And that's how you eventually come to the truth, which is an absolute. So from this whole flat earth thing, we're in a closed circuit, folks.
What flat
so
earth
now look
thing?
at everything as a closed circuit.
What flat earth thing? Because we're not in the flat earth thing here. I've spent 3 years saying, this is just reality. That's just all we're talking about. It's not flat earth.
And respect. But what I've done is I've looked at, like, say 10 different definitions for the word flat. You know, transliterated the word flat into German. You know, I really went long on this word. So when I say it as a representation of somewhere where a lot of people aren't at, but some of us are.
It's just a visual surface signifier, right?
Not a model. I have no model in my mind when I use the two
flat,
terms.
In reality, is just a visual surface signifier, right? Because we all know, if you take it down to the microscopic level, nothing is ever flat. So everything's 3D in reality, but flat's just as close as you can get as a visual surface.
No, I do agree. That's how they draw up plans, to build 3D things. Absolutely.
Yeah, and elevation.
But it starts
as well.
flat.
Elevation profiles.
Absolutely. You can't shoot a cannon
true level
or one of them tanks out there. They're using elevation angles. And they're not factoring in a curved adjacent. I can pretty much bet that.
Yeah.
Was that meant to be funny?
No, his character slipped again. He's done really well. Like for all night, he's only slipped like 3 times.
No, it is funny because it's actually a little tragic, but that's just the world, the way it is. And if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Uh-huh.
I heard one time in a rap song, same things will make you laugh or make you cry. And so, yeah, that's part of that spectrum. Because I was talking about a tank, shooting out rounds that are eventually going to land on people and kill them. So yeah, it is a little bit gallows humor if I got to explain it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna end the stream for the YouTube now. Buster's recommended True Level, so there we go. See you tomorrow, Logic Night.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a 5-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
3 coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Lamps to the cosmic slaughter! Well?
You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember.
Why?
Good question.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Wow, it's so. Oh my god. Oh Christ.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so... Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level.